Call the meeting to order. Mr. Guston, will you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Pastchev, Guston, Zadra, Sferaza, George, Ayazi, Kishel.
Here. Public comment cards, please. Terry Thomas.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Terry Thomas, 4885 Senilio Drive, Reno, Nevada. I'm here to challenge Mayor Kishel to acknowledge what I and many others see as an obvious conflict of interest. Ample public records, which I have examined, prove that the Kishel family has an ownership interest in the Alamo Travel Center, located at 1950 East Gregg Street in Sparks. Mayor Kishel himself acknowledged this fact in comments he made for the record, on the December 14th, 2011 meeting of the Reno Redevelopment Agency. At that same meeting, the mayor, on the advice of a city attorney, recused himself from voting to engage a law firm to sue Washoe County on the grounds that he had previously worked with that law firm when he was in business operating the Alamo and other family enterprises. Yet the mayor seems oblivious to the fact that his son operates the Alamo Travel Center and that both the mayor and his spouse, according to his Nevada financial disclosure statement, derive income from the Alamo. Here is the problem. The alignment of the Southeast Connector as proposed by the RTC in its permit application to the Army Corps of Engineers would terminate quite literally at the entrance to the Alamo. It isn't hard to imagine that the increased vehicular traffic created by the construction of the Southeast Connector would directly benefit the Alamo Travel Center. It is hard to imagine that Mayor Kishel would not be aware that voting for or advocating for any agenda items related to the Southeast Connector would be unethical. Nevertheless, records show that Mayor Kishel, both as a member of the Reno City Council and as an RTC alternate commissioner, has indeed been a staunch advocate for the Southeast Connector, supporting, even negotiating for, exorbitant payments from the RTC to the city of Reno to relocate portions of the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course, and to pay off bonds issued by the city of Reno to construct the golf course. Yet the Reno City Council will not even commit to actually applying these millions of dollars to actual golf course expenses. Ironically, none of these expenses would be incurred should the SEC permit not be approved by the Corps. The RTC only recently reactivated their permit application after it was withdrawn in September, when the RTC appeared to have been stupefied by legitimate requests from the Corps to provide details about their route selection through the Rosewood Lakes Golf Course and Steamboat Creek, and to explain why they ignored obvious alternatives which would be less costly and less environmentally damaging. So the SEC application is pending. It is months away from disposition and may not ultimately be approved. All the more reason not to forge ahead with plans to destroy half a golf course when it may not be necessary to affect the golf course at all. May I suggest that you are putting the golf cart before the horse? One wonders where the RTC payment will actually end up in the city's audited financial statements. I will be investigating that as well. Mayor Kishel, please recuse yourself from voting as a member of the Reno City Council, as an alternate on the Regional Transportation Commission, and in any other capacity on issues related to the Southeast Connector or Rosewood Lakes Golf Course. You, sir, have too much to gain.
Thank you very much. Robert Townsend.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. This is Robert Townsend speaking on behalf of Occupy Reno. We weren't able, my address is 1165 Pine Ridge Drive, Reno, Nevada 89509. We weren't able to get on the agenda because of the holiday for today. I'd just like to read this into the record, and there are copies available if you'd like them. This relates in part to agenda item G3. I'll begin with the last paragraph because that's where the relation comes in. Now, obviously, these 3 minutes are far too short a time for this discussion that we're going to have, and we would request an opportunity to meet with the council to explore our options for continuing this remarkable venture with the support of the city in timely fashion, as the current permit expires in 1 week. A particular concern is the prospect that the Moana Springs property may be assigned to the city's schedule of venues to be rented for events, and the impact that this may have on the future of the Occupy Reno Moana Springs project. And then continuing. As Councilman Ayazi remarked at the time of our initial proposal, 1 month is not enough time to do anything. And so we were granted 3 months to begin our cooperative venture with the city of Reno. We would like to continue that effort. Occupy Reno has sustained between 20 and 30 people from all walks of life without extra support services of the city of Reno for a period of over 82 days. We have developed a system of organization to adhere to our members' credo and have done so without any formal training in the rule of government and regulations. It has been at times extremely trying, and we have grown to have a much better appreciation for the roles that the council and staff play in the stewardship of our community and the resources that they manage. Almost immediately, the real-world obstacles we encountered had to do with a lack of basic infrastructure needs, water, power, waste disposal, telecommunications, and access to the information technology at the site. We soon realized that this was our mission. In order to create a venue for the free expression of ideas in an open public assembly, that our first task would be to find and implement sustainable alternatives to our automatic and unthinking reliance on municipal and public utilities, services that nearly everyone takes for granted. And before long, that became a primary purpose and direction of our efforts. As we approach the expiration of the permit for our joint experiment in sustainable community building in support of our constitutionally protected rights to free speech and the freedom of assembly, we recognize our responsibility to assess our progress and to consider the prospect of continuing this experiment in a way that is mutually supportive and mutually beneficial. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Kenny Brown? Kenny Brown? Or no, he does not wish to speak. He read the Plum Lane redesign does not address the needs and concerns of the residents regarding to speed control. Richie Ray Walker.
Richie Ray Walker, Reno, Nevada. I'd like to talk about two things today, if I have time. One is the Sierra Spirit, which I really like, and I would like to see the old route back because it's good for the elderly, it's good for the students, and it's good for the tourists. The old route of the Sierra Spirit would go up to Liberty and stop there at the Nevada Museum of Art, then make the loop all the way around, then down Virginia Street to UNR and so forth, then make the loop back again. So what has happened, about a quarter of the route has been eliminated. And according to my reliable sources, which are a lot more reliable than the newspaper, they would like to have that route back. Not just because it's a good business for the Nevada Museum of Art, but for the tourists and the elderly and the students. So I would keep that in mind. It's not going to cost you any money. It's not a difficult thing to do. You don't have to think 6,000 hours to figure it out. It's pretty simple. So I would like that route back that lets off at the Nevada Museum of Art, because I'm a member of the Nevada Museum of Art, and I go there all the time, and it certainly saves me a lot of time and money. As you well know, gasoline is extremely expensive, and according to the news, will be $5 a gallon by this summer. So as you can see, very simply, we need that Sierra Spirit with bigger and better services. One other thing, too, if the Nevada Sierra Spirit could let off at the RTC Center, that also would be an addition to the Nevada Museum of Art and those people that take the city bus system, and there's a lot of them. I go down there all the time, and there's a lot of them. And the more the gas goes up, the more people will take the bus, the city bus, which is good business for Reno and good business for the people and good business for the Sierra Spirit. And the remaining length of time, I'm going to be talking about in the future about the screamers. I spoke twice about it before, and it is a problem downtown with these people that can't handle the booze. We have too many bars, too many people getting drunk, and if they are drunk drivers, well, then they're a problem to me, and they're a problem to you, and they're a problem to the Reno Police Department. So keep that in mind. Too many bars, a lot of booze, screamers, and these guys are young kids that can't handle it. They're not my age. I'm an old man, and I've done my thing in life, believe me. So thank you very much for listening to me. Think about that Sierra Spirit. Thank you.
Thank you. R.A. Drew?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the public. I am here as support for the Occupy Reno and the Occupy City Hall movement. I want to thank the City Council for making a very good decision regarding the Moana Pool site the last time around, and I understand that the decision is pending, and I would like to continue to encourage the City Council to make the right decisions. I also want to make what may sound like an outrageous claim. I'm going to take the position here and now that if the City Council and if government officials, elected officials, bureaucracies, and so forth, if they had been doing what they're supposed to do, there would not be an Occupy movement anywhere. The Occupy movement seems to be taking on the work that public officials have failed consistently for, I guess, as long as there has been a USA, have failed to do. What I would like to encourage is for the City Council to formally declare that the City Council is a member of Occupy Reno. And I would like the City Council to occupy Reno and to occupy City Hall. One of my proposals for the City Council in occupying City Hall would be for the City Council to have an Occupy Reno hour once a month to formally invite Occupy Reno to address issues here instead of at the Moana Pool site, and for the City Council to then take very good notes and get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Steadley?
My name is Dwayne Stadley. I'm a property owner and owner of a business at 3590 Baker Lane. We're directly across from the Occupy Reno, I call it Occupy Reno Homeless Shelter. Since they have occupied the area, we've had an increase in graffiti. We've had posting of signs on our property. I brought one to leave with you people. Increase in garbage. We've had panhandling. We know the panhandlers were from that area. I had our customer and employee both said after refusing to give them any money, they moved back over to the area. Foley's business further down from us has had in the mornings the occupied people trying to use that place to clean up, get warm, wash up, and they've ran them off. So on one day we found a large kiddie swimming pool over in the ditch, and with the signs there, I went over to not very politely tell them that this isn't going to happen anymore. I asked them, you know, what are you trying to accomplish here? And their main answer was not protest. It was, we're feeding the homeless. I said, well, this shouldn't be a homeless shelter. There's places that do that. Either last year or the year before, you guys removed or tore down the homeless shelter campgrounds on Valley Record area. And we see this no more than the same being moved to there. Everybody has a right to protest, assemble, but they don't have a right to camp out and destroy our businesses in the area. I have a petition here of not a lot of people, but 25 of the 30 local businesses around the area, and they've all been affected. We only had, in the whole area, only 2 businesses that wouldn't sign it. One was a government agency, something to do with medical. They felt it wasn't proper. And one other person, we couldn't get a hold of the owner. Otherwise, everybody in that area, we encourage you not to extend the permit to camp there.
You can give the petition to the secretary.
Thank
you, sir. Keith?
Mayor,
Do you have a
Councilman.
last name?
Bartelheim.
Huh?
Bartelheim.
Okay.
I represent the property owners at 3675 Baker Lane, and we oppose to the extension of permits to occupy Reno. We kind of feel at this point in time we don't have a problem with the protesting per se. What we have a problem with is that the protesting seems to take place downtown. They come back and it becomes a campsite there. I don't think it's advantageous to the businesses there. I believe that as property owners and taxpayers, you know, we house the burden of the extended police department having to come out on calls at that place. And I think what's happening here is that being that the city owns the property, there's no tax-paying amount of the people occupying it. I mean, I don't see that there's a fair amount of or equal amount taking place with the businesses or the people occupying. I think that I think it's time now that they were given their opportunity, kind of like New York. You know, it creates problems in these parks and stuff, so the camping has been stopped. Nobody has any problem with them protesting, but I can't see a real reason why this particular spot seems to be of any benefit. We've got construction down there now, which hinders people coming in and out of there, so it really doesn't seem like the appropriate place to be anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cynthia Lang?
Good afternoon. I'm here also.
Identify yourself for the
I'm
record.
Cynthia Lang,
Thank
and
you.
I'm actually representing a pediatric dental office that's at 3701 Baker Lane. I urge you to please not extend the permit to the Occupy Reno people. It has really hindered and been negative to our business. I mean, we see children. And there's a little park right there on the corner as well. Patients used to go down there. They'd play a little bit before their appointment. They cannot do that any longer if they show up early for their appointment. We have had some of the occupiers use our restrooms, and it's happened on 2 different occasions that I witnessed. Panhandling has increased. I have a statement from Dr. Richard Adams, if I could read it, please, just a few points. He says here that the Moana swimming pool has become a new tent city and must be closed. It is an eyesore and a blight. There are many local businesses in the area that are being negatively affected. We are getting daily patient complaints. There has been an increase in panhandling in the area, and the city council claims they are pro-business, and it's time to show it and close this homeless camp. It's just, I urge you to please go down and just drive by. There is no point being made. I don't know what their cause is. I think that day came and went long ago. And it's basically just, it is a homeless camp. It's an eyesore. When I drive to work in the morning, 7:30, there's usually one of the guys there swinging on the swings. It is, like I said, our patients are actually thinking. I've had one man came up and he said, you know, I was thinking about changing dentists. It seems like this whole area is just kind of caving in. So I would really encourage you to please just not extend the permit. I know it's coming due next week, and we just can't seem to. Some people will come in for their preventative appointments. They need to come back for a filling or something, and our patients are waiting until spring when the occupiers will hopefully no longer be there. So I would please just ask you to consider this strongly. Go down and go by and see that it is just complete. It is a tent city. It is a homeless shelter at this point. They're not making any points whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Pancho Sombrero, Reno, excuse me, sir.
My name is Pancho Zambrano. It is my alias. I practice anonymity. I'm here on behalf of those who have no voice, who have been silenced and shut out. I'm here on behalf of all the children of the world who raise their dirty, filthy palms to the heavens, like tiny daggers into the skies, asking forgiveness. I am here for those who have lost hope and lost faith. I'm not here for my instant gratification. I'm doing this for my children and my grandchildren. The children I may never see. Hope. I'm sorry, but I do not want to be an emperor. That is not my business. I do not want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black men, white men. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We all want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We do not want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there is room for everyone, and the earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost that way. Greed has poisoned men's soul and barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives us abundance have left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent and all will be lost. The airplane and radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for the universal brotherhood of unity of all of us. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. Those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. Soldiers, do not give yourself to brutes, men who despise you and enslave you, who regiment your life and tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you as cattle and cannon fodder. Do not give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and hearts. You are not machines. You are not cattle. You are not men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You hate. You don't hate. Only the unloved hate. Only the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, do not fight for slavery. Fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke, it is written, "The kingdom of God is within men, not one man nor group of men, but all men, and you, the people." This is what I wish to achieve occupying, even if it means going out and making $35 a day myself to pay for the permit.
Thank you very much. Jim Bailey.
This is Charlie Chaplin, by the way.
Jim Bailey, do you wish to speak? Okay.
Wow, that's going to be hard to beat. Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Identify yourself for the record.
My name is Jim Bailey, JJ. On the way down here today, I heard of one of these filled out by somebody else, the petitions. This is just on my way back, just down here today from the site. Okay, this is a page and a half already, easily 25 plus. I've been in town here 40 years, grew up in this town. I don't see any reason why this should be happening, this changing of these fees. This Occupy Reno program is just really good. I think it benefits this community. It's starting phases. Of course, it's a little bumpy, but it's evolving very quickly and very for the good. Okay, it's well overdue. I appreciate, the support that Reno has given it so far, the City Council, Jamie Schroeder and such. I'd appreciate if you could please keep giving that same. Changing these fees schedule in the middle of the game is just, I don't understand why the rules are being changed in the middle of the game. I understood we weren't supposed to do this until August. And now just because of Occupy, you are changing this? It does not make sense. Especially for a program that is something at all, period. Good or bad. It's like changing the rules in the middle of the game, sir. And ma'am, ladies. I've heard statements such as, they're probably not going to last through November anyway. Well, I'm sorry, we did. This program, this movement is going to last. It's gone nationwide. And it's time for me to let it in here too, just as well. I mean, I've heard proposals such as, well, if we don't have that site, we're going to, proposals made to move downtown. If it has to be done, it has to be done. We're trying to do things, this is a kind of easygoing community. We're trying to maybe not deal with things such as they do in the bigger, faster cities. A lot of people around here want it to be a little more easygoing. Trying to, have respect for their feelings as well, not just our own. Anything you can do to please help us with this project. I think everybody I've talked to in this community, very few, but a lot, actually. I do know very many people in town here, especially downtown. They seem to support us. You see cars driving by, honking. Yeah, come on. All the time out front of this place since we've been downtown. I really don't understand. I'm confused. Why is this being done? Why are you considering changing the pay scale? If anything, I think you should be lowering it. We're just trying to help the community, and we're doing a darn good job, and we're definitely not a homeless shelter. I've lived there 2.5 months. And being homeless is not just the only thing we're doing. We're doing several things, everything from federal to city level.
Thank you very much. Christopher Wright.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Wright. I'm the general manager and president of the Reno Silverbacks semi-pro AAA football team. And I'm here to just talk to you guys here. Over 2,900 students did not graduate from Nevada high schools in 2010. The lost lifetime earnings in Nevada for that class of dropouts alone is $6.2 billion. Nevada could save as much as $230 million in health care costs over the lifetime of each class of dropouts had they earned their diplomas. Nevada's economy could see a combination of crime-related savings and additional revenue of about $78.4 million each year if the male high school graduation rate increased by just 5%. Dropouts earn less, pay fewer taxes, and are more likely to collect welfare and turn into a life of crime. The poverty rate for Nevada and Washoe County residents over the age of 25 with less than a high school degree is almost 3 times higher than that of those with a bachelor's degree. 58% of the inmates in Nevada prisons do not have a high school diploma. The cost to Nevada taxpayers to incarcerate an inmate is about $30,000 per year. The Reno Silverbacks is a semi-professional football team in the West Coast Football Alliance. After 5 years of hard work, we are extremely thrilled to start our second season. The Reno Silverbacks are providing our community with an opportunity to bring friends and families together and encourage education, healthy entertainment, and an active lifestyle for years to come. The Reno Silverbacks is a nonprofit organization that believes in backing and serving our community. Not only do our players commit to community service, but our families and fans also participate with open arms and great support. Together, we have helped move the SPCA Animal Shelter relocate to their new facility. We worked with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful and removed over 2 tons of garbage along the river. We helped set up and support the Don't Forget 9/11 Convention, which raised money and funds for our fallen soldiers' families. Last year, during the holiday season, we held a charity bowl where the city mayor of Sparks, Gino Martini, flipped the coin to kick it off. At halftime, Santa Claus showed up to take the children's wish lists. Altogether, we collected enough food to feed 42 local families. We also run a senior citizen snow removal program, which aids our community's elderly and people in need of a helping hand of shoveling driveways and sidewalks during the snowy months. Could use a little snow for that. Oops, we're up, all right.
Katie Colling.
My name's Katie Calling, and I'm giving my time to Jared Lau, a man for whom I have great respect.
My name is Jared Lowell. In fiscal years 2008 through 2012, Reno Parks ran with a deficit. Maintenance and upgrades to facilities have gravely suffered. Parks have been almost abandoned, and now private citizen groups or individuals have stepped up to fill in where the Parks Department cannot. Currently, they are under enormous fiscal restraint and had to cut back on even the basic necessary services to the department's current list of facilities. An example would be the beautiful flower pots for the downtown sector, which are heavily subsidized by local nurseries and private contributions. Now the Parks Department is looking to add Moana Springs, aka Moana Pool, and the old RTC Center to their list of facilities to manage and fund. On October 25th, by Council's own proposal, Moana Springs was allotted and approved as a venue for free speech and a freedom of peaceful assembly for the Occupy Reno movement. During this tenure, OR membership resources became a benefit to the city by providing services which would normally be a burden to the city. They provided for the city's homeless and less fortunate during the coldest winter months. The OR membership provided cleaning and maintenance services to the site, as well as contributed to the cost of rehabbing the area and making it suitable for sparse living accommodations. Staff had previously disallowed access to such as electrical, water, and waste. OR membership provided and sustained the site in remarkably good order, made improvements, added self-sustaining utility generation, and importation of water supplies, as well as disposal of all waste at our cost. OR membership has sustained from 20 to 30 people from all walks of life without extra support services of the city of Reno for a period of over 82 days. OR has developed a system of organization to adhere to the members' credo, and they have done so without any formal training in the rule of government and regulations. It has been at times extremely trying, and we have grown to have a much better appreciation for the roles that the City Council plays. We are now at the point where OR membership and council must review and assess this experiment. We are now seeking to arrive at a mutually beneficial agreement with continuing support of council before the expiration of our permit. We are thankful for the council honoring OR's efforts to protect the fundamental rights that all here in Reno share. As Councilman Ayazi remarked at the time of our initial proposal, 1 month is not enough time to do anything, and so we were granted 3 months to begin our cooperative venture with the City of Reno. As we approach the expiration of our joint experiment in sustainable community living in support of the constitutionally protected rights to free speech and freedom of assembly, we recognize our responsibility to assess our progress and to consider the prospect of continuing this experiment in a way that is mutually supportive and mutually beneficial, peaceful, and respectful to our community. Today we ask Council to continue their support of the OR members as we work hard to stand for all constitutional rights. We are concerned
Need to wrap it up.
We are concerned about the properties of Moana Springs and the downtown RTC Center being taken over by the Parks Department. It might prove too costly for the OR with the events fees and parks would impose. We believe we can maintain these park areas equal to the parks and better. We know we would relieve a fiscal burden from the city and provide a mutually
Okay, that's
beneficial
it.
site for the constitutional
That's it.
process.
Thank you. Bishop Wynn.
Bishop John Wynn for the record. Thank you, Mayor Cashel and City Councilwoman Speraza and the City Council for the contribution made to the YES program, which is Youth Empowered to Succeed. The YES program is in partnership with the Washoe County School District Re-Engagement Centers located at Washoe Inspire Academy and Hug High School. The YES program offers a wide variety of mentoring concepts designed to help students achieve their academic potential. Each of these are based to keep students focused and facilitated communication. The YES program is designed to give the students stronger skills to navigate in their years of high school, college, and prepare them for life. Students set goals for their success and are connected with mentors supporting and assisting in developing a plan to reach their goals. Students develop and write their own affirmation for their lives. They build dream walls, which is a collage of how they see their future. Recruiters from UNR, TMCC, vocational schools, and a branch of military visit on Career Day and provide information for enrollment. Members of local businesses attend the classes to speak to students regarding various careers. Students are encouraged to develop a support team. Students learn life skills and receive direction on the road to take for their success. Students receive community credits towards their high school diploma upon completing the YES program. The program improves the educational results through various trainings, courses, as well as tutoring for students who want to attend the UNR and Truckee Meadow Community College. The impact of the program encourages students to improve test performance and complete high school. This program offers guidance while instilling the importance of education, self-awareness, student engagement, and continued academic success. Thank you again, Council, for your support.
Thank you. Mr. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Sam, that's me, is an Air Force Academy graduate. Sam spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation against enemies inside of the border and outside of the border so that folks can have the right to live the way they want to. First, I'm going to do the nice thing. I'm so unbelievably proud of our fire department and all the hardworking, heroic firefighters who saved Nevada, saved Reno from the greatest, potentially the greatest disaster in the history of all Reno. We could have lost thousands of homes. Well, I didn't expect an accolade, but anyway, it's not for me, by the way. It's for the firemen. Maybe it was for me. Was it for me? No. Just kidding. Anyway, I can't say anything more about it. You haven't read about it because this dysfunctional media hasn't given them the credit that they deserve. At any rate, my little band, the Two Wild Yankees Band, performed a special concert just for the fire department, and I'm dedicating this album to the firefighters. I'm going to give it to Chief Hernandez in a few minutes, and I'm reminded by the Chief of Police, who I helped get appointed. I was reminded by Chief Pitts over there that the police deserve one, so I'm going to have one of these dedicated to the police, who also did very heroic work during the tragic fire. That's the good news. The bad news is Reno is guilty of having the most dysfunctional media in the world. Sam Dene has more spunk and gumption and moxie in his baby finger than those regurgitators have on all of their teleprompters added together. Without a teleprompter, those people wouldn't even be able to get out of the building. What's all this chortling going on back there? Did I say something funny? At any rate, even the city attorney's chortling now. At any rate, if the media wasn't so deathly and insanely afraid of Sam Dene, that's me, Sam has also attended all of these city council meetings since most of these guys were in high school, since 1994. And if the media had printed Sam's truth, this city would not be in the horrible pickle that it's in. the media is announcing that all these different people are going to run for city council. I don't know why they want to bother running for the city council, because the vote stealers, I know you're saying, oh, there goes Sam off on his vote stealing thing again. I have proven over and over again that we have the most effective vote stealing organization in all of Nevada, and I have proven it over and over again. Go to the RenoCitizen.com, my pioneering website, and you can read all about the vote stealing, and it actually does happen. At any rate, Andrew, the abracadabra man Klinger, has got his work cut out for him, no matter who ends up getting the stolen votes and ends up being on the dais up there.
Thank you very much. Susan Fix does not wish to speak, but she says, please do not reissue a permit to occupy Reno in the park. So that will be entered in the record also. Having no other public comment, I'm going to cut off. Yes?
I just want to ask, just so people know they're here, the Occupy permit doesn't come to council next week. It's being reviewed by the staff, correct?
That's right.
I heard some public speakers thinking it was coming to us.
There's no application.
But that wouldn't come to council in any event.
That's right.
I just want that to be clear for
They
people
need
to
to
know.
fill out an application and send it. Yes, ma'am.
Jamie Schroeder, for the records, Senior Management Analyst with the City Manager's Office. That is correct. They would need to submit a new permit application, and it would go before the Special Events Committee, via whether it's at a meeting in February or just via email.
Okay. All right, I'll close the public comment section. I'm going to bring it out.
Can I ask
Excuse me, what?
a question on that, though? I guess, of Jamie. So they don't actually have, I mean, their permit expires. How does that work?
For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Senior Management Analyst with the City Manager's Office. We're definitely in a unique situation. This, as we have seen, isn't really a special event permit. We issued a permit because we were in a situation where we were trying to figure out how to work with the Occupy Reno group. If they choose to continue to try to do a continuous occupation, whether it be at Moana or a different area, they would, at this point, still need to submit a special event permit application. We don't have another mechanism in place for that. And then we would have to decide whether or not to approve that permit.
And then, Mr. Mayor, I do want to say something for the record, even if it doesn't come back to us, because council did approve the permit, and certainly I'm all supportive of people's rights to say how they feel and protest, but I do have concerns and am sympathetic to the businesses over there who have come forward. And I have driven by the site several times, and I haven't seen anybody protesting. I've seen tents there. I've seen garbage out front. And I am concerned and sympathetic for the businesses over there. And I think we've gone out of our way to be accommodating, to allow people to express their right of the First Amendment. But I do have concerns about how this process has moved forward, and want to know, I don't know if it doesn't come to us. I guess it's that's what it is, but I don't know how staff's making that determination, considering that they have no permit, and if they haven't applied, what does that mean? Do they, what happens next week, Jamie, at that point?
Councilmember, what would happen is we would go back to what is listed in the current RMC Title 513. And in that section, there's language that discusses whether or not a permit will get approved in the future. This certainly isn't about what their message is. It's about their conduct and whether or not that conduct remains legal or illegal.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I do have two other people that got misplaced. Jan Gilbert. Now, you want to speak now? Yes. Y'all turned in late. You put on J12. Now, do you want a public comment, or you want to wait until J12? I don't know if I can wait. Public comment? Okay. Okay, Bob, come on up.
Good afternoon. Thanks for getting us in during the public comment period. Appreciate it. My name is Bob Fulkerson. I'm speaking on behalf of Plan on the matter of ward voting. We see this issue as an issue of basic democracy, just allowing residents to choose their representatives. Representatives in nearly every other city council across the state are selected by voters in a specific district. This is an essential element of the Voting Rights Act, and we feel it should be followed by the City of Reno as well. The current system of running citywide in the general election helps to ensure the status quo, whereby candidates who raise the most money from special interests always win. A grassroots candidate can't compete against developer and casino cash. So we have a city council that is not diverse and not fully representative of our city. Please see, there's an attached demographic map that we've created of the city that shows almost 40% of our city is people of color, and we can see the diversity of our city council for evidence of this. Now that's...
Ma'am, let's knock that off over there, please.
In the last session of the legislature, citizens spoke overwhelmingly in favor of ward voting. Consequently, it passed both houses of the legislature handily, including 21-0 in the Senate. And this affected not just Reno, but Sparks, Carson City, and Henderson. So we respectfully urge you to enact ward voting at the earliest possible time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Elvin?
Jan Gilbert was next, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Jan Gilbert, okay. Then...
Sorry, Jan Gilbert, also representing
Well, I know
Plan.
who you are, Jan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for identifying yourself.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I am not a Reno resident. I am a Washoe County resident. But I feel being here is very important because I do represent a great many Reno residents. I first want to applaud you. I am the lobbyist for Plan at the state legislature, and I look at this city council and see not one of you is looking at a laptop computer. And I so appreciate your response and alertness to the public, and I know it's very difficult to give this much time when you have such a huge agenda. So I appreciate this opportunity. I worked very hard to pass the bill that we felt was going to make it more possible for community activists to get elected in their wards. That bill passed both houses. I know some of you voiced very strong opposition to it. We feel this is about electoral government. I met with a senator the other day, a state senator, and I was talking with him about this bill. You know, the governor vetoed the bill. And he said, I don't understand why the city council doesn't want this. This is exactly what we do for state government. We have districts, you vote in that district, you run in that district. It's the exact same thing here. I don't think the general public, and this senator really didn't know, that Reno, Sparks, Carson City, and Henderson only run in your ward for the primary, and that you don't run in the general in your primary. In the general, you don't run in your ward. You're elected citywide. It makes it very difficult for a community involved person to do that because of the amount of money you have to raise. And I know it is difficult, and we want to see a more diverse representation on this council. We also graded this. You will be getting a copy of this during the item on the agenda, J12. But this is our racial equity report card. We graded the legislature on bills that affect communities of color. That bill is in the civil rights section. You can read all about it and see how the voting went. And as Bob said, it was unanimous in the state Senate. Republicans and Democrats alike voted for this bill. And it was just to put it before a vote of the people. That's all we're asking. Put it in place or put it to a vote of the people, because we feel they have a right to speak out on this very important issue. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Elvira Diaz.
Okay, all right. I couldn't read it. Thank you.
I live in Reno. I've been community activist many years. Today I'm very happy to see a lot of people of color here. I think they have big issues today to talk about, but you guys are doing a wonderful job. But it would be nice to have in your group to have at least one people of color. About 35 to 40% of people of color in Reno will be nice to be representative. Me as a community activist, if I would like to run, in the primaries, I only need to work one small area, but if the second one is to invest a lot of money, I will not able to do it. I have with Ms. Xiomara, who was running, and she present that problem. She's a community activist, is a great Latino leader, and she couldn't go on because it's a lot of money. So can you see, it's a lot of people of color right now today. And it would be nice to have somebody bilingual, bicultural, to understand their issues, to feel more empowered. So I encourage you to approve word voting. It's important to have diversity also in the government. I would love to see women, because I like to see that diversity, and you guys are doing a wonderful job, but it would be nice to have word voting so the government of Reno will be better represented. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now I'm closing the public comment, bring it back to the table.
Mr. Mayor, I do
Yes,
want to
sir.
make a comment because there's a couple things that were said. I think the public should know that the city of Reno was supportive of that bill that went through the legislature, but they also wanted to put in the language that was going to go forward, and that's what we didn't like, was the language that was written there. And that's what we did not support, because they did not want it to go to the vote of the people about even doing this. They wanted to force it down how this went through, instead of the normal process where you get people on board to do the question. I know that Ms. Gilbert says she's a resident of Washoe County, so are all of we. We're all residents of Washoe County. And I think that I've asked to look through some of the facts about who's won races and who isn't and how much money they've raised. I think what you're saying may or may not be totally out of line. There's been no proof to that at all. When I look at the people of color in the state assembly, particularly from Northern Nevada, I would look at that, how that assembly's working here. I can't think of one minority that's ever made it through the general election that has not won. And made it through the primary election, there's not one in the city of Reno. So if they couldn't get through, whatever person it is, can't get through their ward voting in the primary, I think every person who's ever made it through the primary has won on this board. And when I look at the assembly, which was brought up as an assembly race, was not a city council race, that she walked in her ward and did not win. It wasn't a city council race, it was an assembly race. And you talk about the money, let's compare the amount of money that the assembly people raise. They raise far more than we do for a much smaller area. The money is being spent at the legislature, ladies and gentlemen, not running for city council. I know a couple people who were running with little money and made it to win on this city council. It's not money that wins, but it's what these people want to tell you that wins. I'm not opposed to putting it to the vote of the people, but these guys want to make sure it gets done the way they want it to be done, because not one person has come to us until today to ask us to put this on the agenda. It went through the state legislature and is being rammed down our throats. But we supported it if we could just change the language of how it was written to the public, because this did go before the voters in the 90s, Mr. Mayor, and they turned it down.
Okay.
Shake your head all you want, Mr. Fulkerson, but prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Okay. Now we're going on to the agenda, approval of the agenda. Before we approve that, item G1 has been pulled, and item J4 has been pulled. Item L4 will be right after proclamations, or right after presentation, excuse me. L4 will be after presentations. Item J10 is after 1 o'clock. Time certain at 4 o'clock. It's at 4 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, which one's at 4?
Well, the city attorney.
J5.
J5, I don't have.
Mr.
No.
Mayor,
No,
Tracy
she wants us
Chase,
to
Reno City
continue it.
Attorney's Office. Yes, if you could open it after 4 and then continue it to a time certain in
What if
the
we're not
March
here at
agenda.
4?
We will be.
Here
We will be,
at 4.
Mr. Mayor.
Because that's the time certain provided.
All right, and then item J5 is at 4 o'clock.
J5 is too?
And there's a request for a continuance.
Yeah, that's.
Mr. Mayor, G1, why aren't we hearing that today? Do we know? Is that, you said that was pulled?
No, I don't have anything on it why it was pulled. Staff pulled it.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. That item, there was a publication issue because of the timeline it was between meetings, so it will come back on your agenda.
Okay.
We just need to make sure the publication was appropriate.
Okay. Have a motion, do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to presentations. Excuse me, approval of the minutes. Have a motion, do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we will go to they left something off my agenda. Cash disbursements. I threw the wrong page away. All right. Cash disbursement. All right. Chair will entertain a motion. Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now we'll go to presentations. Chief Hernandez.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Manager Klinger. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. On the morning of the Collin fire, at about 2 a.m., Alex was awakened by the high winds rattling his window. He noticed that the power was out, could smell smoke, and saw an orange glow from his window. He realized that there was a fire, and he awoke his parents. His parents tell us that Alex was amazingly calm and assisted his family in gathering what few precious items they could. By waking his family, he gave them extra time to gather important documents and family heirlooms. Shortly afterwards, they were alerted by Reno Police Department of the need to immediately evacuate. Alex is 5 years old. Kylie, who is 9, was awakened by her mother and told that there was a fire and they needed to leave. She too remained very calm and helped her family gather, or she began to gather her most important things. Both Alex and Kylie helped their parents load their vehicle and were able to safely evacuate. Now, I understand their home did suffer some minor damage. Once at their grandparents' house, it was discovered that Kylie had packed her homework, her lunch from the refrigerator, and her school backpack. She was prepared to go to school that day. Alex also has shown great compassion for their neighbor's home that was severely damaged. He and his father have consistently watered the trees and the shrubs to keep them alive. Kylie drew a picture and delivered it to the fire station and personally thanked the firefighters for their efforts that weekend. Although young in age, they exemplify what many Reno citizens did that morning: neighbors, helping first responders, and ultimately helping this very community. Alex and Kylie exemplify what it is to be a Reno citizen. As such, it is my pleasure to present them with a chief citation for their actions and 2 mini fire trucks from the firefighters to the family. There you go.
I just wanted again to thank the fire department for their quick action. It is really incredible when you look at our neighborhood that hundreds of homes weren't destroyed. So thank you again to the fire and police responders that morning. Thank you.
Thank you. right, at this time, let's go to item D2. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Josh Wilson, your county assessor, and it's good to be here this morning. And congratulations, Alex and Kylie. That's a fantastic job. Tough act to follow here. I appreciate the opportunity to be welcomed to this council to try to give an overview. I understand you have a very full agenda, so I'll try to move quickly through this PowerPoint presentation. But I ultimately want to make sure that there's enough time to answer any questions this commission might have. Okay. Basically, what I want to do is just give you an overview of the assessment process. It always is...
Josh, 1 minute.
Yes.
Council, the camera on that screen is not working real well, so you'll have to kind of crane your neck around.
We've got these.
And I did provide some hard copies if that's
great.
helpful
Thank
as
you.
well. So anyways, it's always amazing to me as I go talk to various groups throughout the community how few people really understand how the taxable values are determined in the state of Nevada, because we are unique in that respect. And I really appreciate the opportunity to educate some folks. I also want to use this opportunity to illustrate some of the real estate market trends that have been occurring over this area, which ultimately has led to some significant declines in the assessed value. And then ultimately I want to answer some questions that this commission, or that this council may have. Basic functions of the assessor's office: we discover and list and value all properties subject to taxation. Everything is taxable by statute unless specifically exempted by the legislature, and over the years the legislature has exempted certain properties, but generally speaking everything's taxable. We also maintain all the parcel maps for the county, and we maintain the parcel ownership records and transfer information, as that's what drives the majority of all of our assessments. Through the assessment process, it's codified in Nevada Revised Statute and Administrative Code such that there's uniform and equal application in determining the taxable value across the state. For the real property side, we have roughly 171,200 parcels, of which 60,140 are Reno residential, 12,303 are Reno commercial, and 8,342 are vacant. In the personal property side, these are going to be your businesses, it's going to be your aircraft and your personal property and mobile homes. We have a total of 31,000 accounts, of which the majority are the business commercial property accounts, and there's also 9,000 mobile homes with 446 aircrafts. I think one of the interesting points in this is the value of those 446 aircraft exceed the 9,000 personal property and mobile homes. So it's just kind of an interesting fact. This is something I always like to point out. I'm very proud of our website and the staff that put this together. In terms of losing 26 staff over the past 4 years since I took office, we've enhanced our website to provide information to the taxpayers at their fingertips. To me, if they can answer a question online, it saves a call to our office, and I really encourage each and every taxpayer, as well as you folks, to get on the website, because I think you'll be amazed at the amount of information that is provided there, and not only assessment related to your property, but sales and other useful information. I want to touch on what Nevada's tax structure is. Back in 1981, I'm not sure if you were down there or not, Mr. Mayor, but there was a tax shift that occurred in this state. Prior to 1981, we were on market value like every other state in the nation. However, we saw a drastic increase in the appreciation in the state from the mid-70s to late 70s, and individuals saw their tax bills double in a relatively short period of time, and anytime that occurs, you are going to see some revolts, which ultimately may prompt change. So one of the things that I think is crucial to understanding as our influx of taxpayers, as there's a large majority of them from California, is that Nevada is not a Prop 13, whereby which your purchase price is your basis for assessment. We are also not a market value state, and there is a difference between Prop 13 and market value. And I ultimately want to emphasize that a sales transaction doesn't trigger a reassessment. However, it's all these sales transactions that occur that lead us to value the property during our reappraisal process for the subsequent year. This is the basis for assessment in the state of Nevada. It's NRS 361-227, and it basically says that you put the land at market value, and then you determine the replacement cost new of the improvements, and those improvements are depreciated at 1.5% per year. This is a basic assessment formula. So taxable value equals market value of land plus the depreciated replacement cost of the improvements. The assessed value, which is the value that you'll see on your property tax bill, is simply 35% of the taxable value. And then your tax bill is determined by multiplying your assessed value times a tax rate. And generally, this is the response I get from that formula is it's very difficult to understand and sometimes perceived to be convoluted. So the best way to put this on paper is to give an example. Median selling price roughly $150,000. The assessed value is roughly 35% of that. So the assessed value on this property would be $52,500. The tax bill would be the tax rate of, in this case, I use 3.64% multiplied by 52.5 renders a tax bill of $1,911. The legislature, during the 1981 tax shift, capped that tax rate at $3.64. The constitutional cap is at 5%. However, most local jurisdictions are up around that statutory 3 to 64 cap, and that's why you're seeing a direct relationship between assessed value declines and revenue declines. That's not the case for other areas around the state, whereby which some of those assessed value declines have been offset by a tax rate increase. The effective tax rate is how a lot of jurisdictions throughout the country measure the tax levy, and in this particular case, it's 1.274%, and all that represents is basically taking the tax bill of $1,911 and dividing that by $150,000. So that is the effective tax rate when we are at market value and you're in a jurisdiction that's at the statutory cap. I just briefly want to talk about the property tax cap. It's not nearly as big of a factor in the assessment process now because the majority of property across the state has been rebased. But what I want to emphasize with the property tax cap is it limits the tax increase, not the value increase. We're going to value the property based on the statutory authority. However, in the event that, say, we get through this declining real estate market, the market starts to rebound, and say next year, well, I'm not going to say next year, let's say in 3 years, the property value increases 10%. If you're in an owner-occupied property, your tax bill increase will be limited to 3%. And I think it provides a level of predictability for taxpayers in budgeting from year-to-year expenses, and ultimately serves as a circuit breaker, which was non-existent prior to the enaction in 2005. I think this is the best graph I can show to demonstrate the dynamics of a real estate market. What you're going to find here is this first line is 2002. It's the median selling price of property in Washoe County. Okay, 2003 comes along. You can see we're starting to see the appreciation. 2004 comes along. That rise is starting to occur. We started the year at roughly 230,000. We finished the year roughly at 280,000. 2005 was the biggest gain year, and you can see that the median selling price in this area went from roughly 290,000 and closed over 375,000. There was some issues in 2006. Early 2006 is when we really started to see the peak of the market, and we started to see some slight declines later in that year. 2007 came around. You can see that there's still declines, but that is rather predictable trend line. It wasn't until 2008 that this real estate market really collapsed. We started to see the extreme influence of the foreclosure market in this area really driving property values down. 2009, that trend continued, and you can see that there was some flattening of the market from mid to late 2009. I was optimistic in 2010. You can see for the first 6 months of that year, we actually had a stable market. Unfortunately, I think that had to do more with the first-time homebuyer credit than anything, because it really did stimulate some, unfortunately, artificial, factors. So in 2011, Again, I'm optimistic because this line is flatter than it has been in previous years. However, it continues to decline, and what I don't have up here is the first couple weeks of 2012, and there are still some slight declines in that market. So I think this graph, more than anything, really demonstrates why we are seeing such fluctuations in the assessed value of our area. So with that, these are the Reno assessed value trends. All of these numbers are derived from the segregation reports that we provide to the Nevada Department of Taxation each and every year. And I've used the October seg reports as those seem to be the most true numbers. So as you can see here, going back to 2005, there was growth in the AV trends, but peaking in the 08-09 year. And one may ask, why did it peak in 08-09 if the real estate market had shown signs of correction prior to that? It's because of the sales cutoff dates that were used. We're always a year behind the market in sense of doing our reassessment. Generally, in an appreciating market, that's a good thing, because we're always behind the curve. In a declining market, it's very challenging for our office. To put it in perspective, the valuations that we just noticed for the 12-13 year that will be applied your tax bill in July 1, 2012, those considered sales up to July 1 of 2011. That's pursuant to regulation, and we're doing our best to keep up with the challenging real estate market. Here's some Reno redevelopment area increment history, again, driven by the, or derived from the segregation reports. And you can see that it peaked in the same 08-09 year, some minor corrections in 9-10. 10-11, there was above base, and then this current year, 11-12, is when we're actually below base in RDA 1. And this, one may ask, how can this occur? Well, I wanted to just illustrate the fact of these four major hotel casino properties and some of the decline in values that we've seen in this area. You can see in 2002, Harrah's had a value of $120,000. Last year, the State Board of Equalization set the value at $30 million, and for this upcoming reappraisal year, we reduced that to $25 million. Silver Legacy, a similar phenomenon. You can see as we go through this list that there have been significant declines in the value of these gaming properties. And so why is that the case? Well, the 361-227 statute that I referenced earlier delineates that we already use the cost approach to establish the value, but if that computed taxable value exceeds market, we're then allowed to go to alternative approaches to value, one of which is the income approach to value, which is being considered heavily in our current real estate market. As you can see from this excerpt that we got from the Nevada Gaming Abstract, the Reno Sparks area has declined roughly 54% in the EBITDAR, which is essentially your net income for how casinos are valued. And again, the larger ones have experienced this very similar, roughly 50% declines. When property is valued on income, you really, and income is diminishing, the value of the real estate suffers. This is a similar graph for redevelopment area 2. I think what you'll find in this particular case is the decline in value has really been driven significantly by the Grand Sierra Resort and some of those challenges that property has been faced with in reaction to this economy. I wanted to discuss the appeal process briefly. If anybody ever has challenge or questions about how their assessment was derived, I would ask that you call our office at 328-2233 and ask to speak to an appraiser. You have until January 15th to file an appeal with the County Board of Equalization. If that falls on a holiday, then it goes to the next business day. And yesterday, January 17th, was our appeal deadline for the County Board of Equalization. Some of the appeals of note that are in the city of Reno that could have a significant impact: IGT, Charles River Laboratories, Grand Sierra Resort, Target Investment Properties, Nevada Lands, there's quite a bit. Prologis appealed quite a bit of stuff. Dermody's appealed quite a bit of stuff. There's roughly, as of this morning, we had 350 appeals logged, and we anticipate another 100 or 150 or so coming in either late yesterday or through the mail as we accept anything that was postmarked on the filing deadline. 361, 345 establishes the standard that the county board generally looks at for those property appeals. And basically it talks about a preponderance of the evidence that the valuation established by the assessor exceeds full cash value or is inequitable. I'd be remiss not to note a very significant appeal that was filed by former County Commissioner Galloway, and his plight is to have all improvement values rolled back to last year's value. As I explained, the process is to determine a replacement cost new. Regulation has defined that we are to use the Marshall and Swift costing service to determine those replacement costs new, and then apply the statutory 1.5% depreciation. And he's challenging that Marshall Swift is incorrect. If you're unsatisfied with your appeal before the County Board of Equalization, you can go to the State Board of Equalization. The State Board filing deadline is March 10th, and appeals at that board can be heard from the fourth Monday in March through the end of October. And those appeals are limited to the record established by the County Board of Equalization. Really, that's all I have to say in a brief overview of the assessment process, but I'm certainly happy to answer any specific questions that this City Council may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I just have one, and it's on the casinos downtown.
Yes.
They've gone down 74%, but on the next page you said it only went down by 54%?
I think again, I put this together rather hastily because I've been dealing with a lot of stuff. The time frames are different.
Okay.
The gaming abstract data I provided was going back, I believe, to 0506 or 0607, whereas the total decline of those gaming properties that I provided in the slide previous went back to 2002 to current.
Okay. And then the other one that I'm always arguing about is state law on the gaming properties. If they recover tomorrow and go back to $1 billion, how much will their property taxes go up?
Well, as I touched on that, the property tax, it's limited. 3% is the low tax cap to a maximum of 8% would be the high cap, or twice of CPI. In this area, twice CPI is well below the 8% cap, and if I recall correctly, it's barely 4% is the high cap in this area for next year.
So even though they're on the income approach, they get all the benefits of dropping down sort of, but on coming up, they get the benefits because it's capped at 8%.
As will all property owners in this county.
But all the property owners aren't assessed on the income approach. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And that's not you, that's the state legislature.
Certainly.
Any other, Mr. Guston?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Josh, just briefly, maybe bullet point, the process you talked about on page 9, the appeal process, and then it says, you said 350, expect maybe as many as 150 more, that's 500. They have to be determined by February. If I protest that, what process do I go through? Do I meet one-on-one, or am I in front of a board?
If you appeal to the County Board of Equalization, they hear all the appeals during the month of February. We're actually starting our first day on January 30th, which is a Monday. But you will go present your case to the County Board of Equalization. It's a 5-member panel appointed by the county commissioners of folks in this area who wish to participate in the process. So what happens is the assessor will go up, identify the property, taxpayer will come up and state their concerns. The assessor will then respond how they valued the property and address the taxpayer's concern. Then the taxpayer gets the final word, and then the board closes the hearing, has deliberation, and ultimately renders a decision right there at the county board hearing.
So the Board of Equalization makes the final determination?
At the county board level, if you're not satisfied with that determination or decision, you can appeal to the State Board of Equalization. If you are still not satisfied with that decision, you can go to district court, and if you're not satisfied with district court, you can go to the Supreme Court. That's the process.
Okay, thank you.
Sadra.
Thank you, Josh, for being here today. I know it was in response to questions that I had asked you previously, so thank you.
You're welcome.
And could you confirm, I've heard a couple of times from residents that they believe that the city has been, has reneged in its responsibility to appeal some of the reassessments for some of the RDA properties. And in particular, the most recent that I heard about this comment from was relating to the Sienna. So can you talk about who has the right to appeal, and can the city council even appeal an assessment that you brought forward?
Thank you. Any property owner has the right to appeal their valuation. They can also authorize a representative to appeal on their behalf. In the event that occurs, there is some paperwork because the Nevada law doesn't want people out there just appealing somebody else's property without their notice of it or knowing about it. As you asked the question similar the last time I was here, I actually went and looked through some paperwork, and there was a memo from then Mayor Jeff Griffin drafted to the 2007 County Board of Equalization as the Pioneer End was appealed, as Fitzgerald was appealed, as the Riverboat was appealed, and one other one. So he submitted a letter to the Board of Equalization for their consideration, and it seemed to really focus on the revenue results that could occur from reducing these property valuations. I don't know really what occurred at that time. I'm assuming the Board of Equalization read the letter and gave it its due consideration, but as I referenced that standard in NRS 361-345, which discussed why the County Board of Equalization can reduce an assessment, you didn't see revenue listed anywhere in there. What you saw is whether the total taxable value of the property exceeded the market value or what you could sell the property for. You also saw a clause in there if there was inequitable treatment among property owners, but really revenue doesn't come into play, and I think that's really why I'm an elected official rather than an appointed official, is because we need the separation of powers between the revenue side and the assessment side, and I think that's crucial in this process. So I think the City Council, certainly at the State Board of Equalization, can request intervenor status to become a party to that administrative hearing. But again, I don't know of any authority that would allow the City Council to simply appeal on its own a property value of any individual property owner in this county. Okay.
Any other questions? Councilman Srazza.
Yeah, Josh, just going over our CAFR which is later on in the agenda, it says the assessor is anticipating an additional decline of at least 5% for 2012-13 fiscal year.
Right.
Is that correct?
What it is right now, I have last week sent a pro forma billing file over to the treasurer. So as they calculate this, you folks could try to schedule a meeting with me and the treasurer as early as probably 7 to 10 days out, and we'll be able to run entity by entity what we think the revenue projections are going to be. The overall assessed value declines are roughly 4.2, 4.3% from last year to this year, but because of the abatement calculation, I feel safer to run those through. I think we've estimated 5% to be a little on the conservative side, considering the volume and value of the appeals that were filed yesterday that will be heard through the month of February. And again, if Mr. Galloway is successful in reducing all improvement values across the county, it could have significantly more revenue effects than
Josh.
that. The way that we measure it is we determine the market value of land, we recost through Marshall Swift, we apply the 1.5% depreciation, and then we have a total taxable value. If that total taxable value exceeds what you can sell the property for, then we apply obsolescence to bring the total property value below market. That's the way I understand the law. But in some of these neighborhoods that are 50 years old or greater, and they've already maxed out the
On the
1.5% depreciation, so their improvement value is already being depreciated by 75%, we found that we didn't need to apply any obsolescence to those neighborhoods because the computed taxable value did not exceed the market value of the property. So in those specific neighborhoods, you did see some improvement value increases, though in many cases, including Mr. Galloway's, his total taxable value is less this year than it was last year because the market-based component, the land, has really suffered, and we're finding land is contributing less to the total value of a property than it once did.
What was that, Josh, the land calculation when you did the overall appraisal? Was it 30%?
Yeah,
I mean, in the entire calculation.
Right. Back a number of years ago, that's referring to our allocation ratio. That's how we value a lot of the tract and residential subdivisions around town. We basically determine what a median selling price is of that specific neighborhood, and then we would apply an allocation ratio of what we represented the land to building to be. A few years back, it was as high as 30%. This current reappraisal, that was reduced to 15%. Based on what land is selling for and what the house is selling for, and we make a comparison of those two, and we're finding that land is contributing less and less to the total property value in this current economic times. Hopefully, and that will turn around. I'm very optimistic. I just don't know when.
And then my last question is on the actual cap, that has to be occupied. So let's say somebody owned 4 or 5 different residential properties. How do you ensure that somebody's not claiming the cap on all of their properties?
We do review that. One of the challenges we found, and it kind of is odd, is we found that in certain cases, the husband may live in one home and the wife lives in another home, and so therefore it's the husband's primary residence and the wife. So in those cases, we found that we do grant the 3% to both folks. There's also a strange interpretation of regulation which says that if it's your only home in Nevada, that you can claim the 3% primary residence in Nevada. So what we're finding is like a lot of property up at Incline Village in Crystal Bay, they are receiving the 3% property tax cap because it's their primary home in Nevada, even though they may reside most of the year in the Bay Area or another location. So we do. We also have assessors checking on each other because we'll find that certain folks are trying to claim primary residence, say in Washoe and Clark County. So when that occurs, having all this information online has been tremendously helpful for the auditing of this program. But again, there's probably still some challenges with that. Luckily, it's not as big of an issue now because there's very few parcels still receiving abatements as we've essentially rebased the entire county. 2004 used to be the base year when they enacted that legislation, and in many areas throughout the county, we're below 2004 assessments.
So, and then Josh, one more on the rental cap as well. How is that done? If somebody, do they get to apply that cap based on what they're renting their property for?
Yes. You can qualify for the lower property tax cap if you rent your property for below the HUD levels. Those levels are provided for us by the Department of Taxation, and that's why.
And what are they for this fiscal year, for example?
I don't know that I've seen them for. I can't answer that question. I don't recall what they are for the current year, and I don't think we've received the new numbers for the 12-13 year.
What were they for this fiscal year?
Again, I don't recall off the top of my head. It varies between studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and whether or not you've got a utility allowance included or whether not. So I just, off the top of my head, I don't have those numbers, but we could certainly provide them to anybody that's interested if they call our office.
So I think that was my only other question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Thank you very much for coming today and giving that presentation. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I ask you to, if you don't mind, I know we have a couple people that want to speak on L4, and that won't take very long. If we could do that right before the RTC presentation.
L4.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, I think we have at least
Yeah,
two
that's
public
the-
comments on that, if you
the
wouldn't mind
resolution.
giving it to Mr.
On the resolution?
Yeah.
Sure. And while we're getting ready for that, let me ask, does anybody have anything on the consent agenda they wanted pulled?
Just that one.
Just E1A3?
Correct.
Could I get a motion for everything else on the consent agenda then?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Quickly, we'll go to item L4 then.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind hearing from the public first
Not
on
at all.
that item.
I have two public comment cards. Stephen Jacobs, followed by Connie McMullen.
Mr. Mayor, before you do that, let me read the
Thank you.
resolution. It's
Hold
resolution.
on a second, sir.
Resolution number 7657, resolution in support of full funding for Washoe County Senior Services.
Okay, Mr. Jacobs, thank you.
My name is Stephen Jacobs. I'm chairperson of the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and I'm here with Connie McMullen today because the county commission is threatening to remove all local funds from county services, county senior services. This includes vital services such as home-delivered meals, health services, congregate meals at all sites. And if it doesn't remove them, it will gravely cut them back. One such service is Daybreak, which is the only medically supervised daycare program for very seriously impaired seniors and disabled people. This violates all the principles of senior services, including the city's, which is to keep people in their own homes functioning as long as possible, and will result in all of us paying more money for institutionalization and nursing home care. And there is a resolution in the council to send a letter to the county urging them not to withdraw the money. And we urge you, the committee that is, with full support to send such a letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Let's let Connie speak, and then
Thank you. For the record, Connie McMullen, Chairman for Washoe County Senior Services Advisory Board. Mr. City Manager, welcome on your new job. Nice to see you here, and council members. There is a recommendation. It hasn't been finalized by the county board yet, but this money is the general funding portion of the that goes to the senior services that they could use to bring down matching federal revenues and state funds. The matching federal revenues are in the Older Americans Act and do account for the nutrition program and the home-delivered meals, the representative payee, some of the senior law, that also comes out of tobacco settlement, a host of programs that make that senior center vital as a one-stop shop for people coming in the area. They feed almost 500 people on site a day, not counting the meals that they deliver to home, and in some cases that's their only meal a day. Many of the people that are now coming into the center are like a step removed from being homeless. We believe if those services are depleted, either eliminated, if they eliminated all adult day health care, that would pay for the $330,000 gap that he has to find. Because he's cut like 15 positions, there are no places to cut anymore. They're at the limit. So if you eliminated adult day care, a good portion of those people would be going to nursing home care, which is 3 or 4 times more expensive. Maybe their family would have to stay home and take care of them, would quit working, so maybe it would contribute to the unemployment. If they cut the nutrition component in the senior center, a lot of those people are a step removed from being homeless themselves. They might find themselves downtown visiting St. Vincent's. So these are pretty critical services. I suppose that they're asking all departments in the county to cut across the board, but these are human services, and they are really important to keeping people, as Steve said, living independently in their own home without declining. In the 18 years that I have been a senior advocate for this community, I never thought that we would get to this point, that we would be looking at cutting services to maybe have an empty shell. I advocated a lot for having a new senior center, yes, I did, but this is the worst of the worst. And so I think the council has a very good representative that represents seniors in Councilman Hashjeff. This community should be very thankful to him. And this council has been very supportive of senior services throughout the years. I think you all are wonderful. So I hope you support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMullen. Councilwoman Zadra.
Yeah, Connie or Steve, Connie, you actually kind of touched on my question.
Pardon me?
You kind of touched on my question in one of the comments that you made. And you specifically said that it's 3 to 4% more if they take senior daycare away. How about across the board, if the meals are taken, the other health and physical kinds of attributes that come from the senior services, what would that be? The cost of the service?
The horrendous impact on this community, I don't know. That would be difficult to ascertain because of the federal revenue that we bring in. It's a 2-to-1 federal match. The CHIPS programs that they have for home and community-based services, that's all Medicaid dollars. Nobody gets away on the waiver program unless you're low income. That is a 2-to-1 federal match. For every $1 the state gives, the federal brings in 2. So that's a good question. I think we should go there. Because, you know, Washoe County Senior Services is really a regional service. It feeds a lot of people in Sun Valley, over in Gerlach, in Sparks. This is a regional center, much like RTC, and I think really the community as a whole should start thinking about it as being a regional service and providing more of a funding mechanism. It has its own bond, but if taxes go down, so do the revenue that it collects for that bond. It does not have enough income to pay for itself or sustain itself. So if we're planning to go there, we should. In the next 10 years, we're going to be slammed by the baby boomers and everybody else. So we're growing, and we should look at that.
Thank you both for the good information.
I'd like to take a minute more. A lot of this has been studied already, and it's been determined that nobody else will pick up these services, like the daycare, like the meal services. There just isn't anybody out there who will take the fiscal risk, let's say, of delivering these services. So
Thank
people
you. Yeah.
will
Absolutely.
will end up in institutions.
Absolutely. We'll see more in the emergency rooms because they,
Correct.
yeah, it's just cyclical.
Just 2 brief comments, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to applaud Steve and Connie's effort, as well as the joint advisory boards and their advocating for senior issues, because they obviously bring that to my attention as the liaison, and then ultimately to the City Council, who has been very supportive. The boards unanimously supported moving forward with trying to convince the county not to cut these essential funds, and as has been indicated, it's not just the $230,000, the general fund commitment, but there are matching funds that are included, so there's a multiplier effect. Without those monies, we cannot apply for those matching funds, or the county cannot, to provide those essential senior services. So both boards requested that the city provide this support and their help, and I think the city really should provide that assistance and let the county know how we feel as a community in supporting those essential services. So that's why it's on the board. It's on our agenda today, Mr. Mayor, is because our senior advisory board really needs our help.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate, Connie, what you said, that our city has been extremely well served by the liaison that we have, Mr. Hashjeff, and relating to the senior services. He's just done a tremendous job working with you. Thank you.
And as always, it's always a council decision. It's a council commitment to seniors. It's not just one person on this board, although I appreciate the accolades. It really has been a council commitment from day one, thanks to Connie's efforts originally bringing a lot of these issues to our attention.
I would like to say, Mr. Mayor, that served about 3 years on the Commission on Aging, the Governor's Commission on Aging, and it's really eye-opening when you see what happens statewide about services like this that are being brought forward. Now, I know it's difficult. We're a body. We have to deal with budgets, and we have a certain amount of discretion to do that. So I would just implore the county, who, rather than make across-the-board cuts, to take a look, because, as you've heard us talk about before, there are two population segments that we try to protect as much as we can, the children and the aging, because they have very little impact on what they can do and their outcome when they get to this point where they need these services. So from Connie and Steve, thank you. From Councilman Haschef and the rest of the council, it is extremely important, and I hope they hear our plea about taking a look, and their discretionary funds that they have, but keeping something like this going is just vital. So I wish you luck, and I support the initiative totally.
Yeah, Connie and I had the opportunity to meet with you last week. Isn't there a legal issue with this as well? Because the county has a legal obligation, I believe, to look and provide these services, more than just a moral obligation, but it's just like the state when they were going through some of their cuts with Medicaid. Are there some legal ramifications for these services not provided?
The only ramification that I'm aware of, and the city manager has been through these budgets too, and he may be able to clarify as well, is the nursing home component. Because of the OMBRA Act, they are required to serve the nursing home and the indigent nursing home population, the indigent. They don't have to, I believe, states to participate in Medicaid. They can opt out. And they could probably also opt out of the Older Americans Act too if they wanted to.
Tragic.
So, the county can make that decision. It's the county's call.
So, and then you had showed me that spreadsheet. I mean, we're talking about, which I find amazing. I mean, our general fund is $160 million. So when we're looking at doing these kind of expenditures, going back to kind of what Councilman Gustin alluded to, is that you mean to tell me that the county out of their entire general fund can't support the seniors for $230,000 a year. What's the federal matching on that, Connie? And you had given me the sheet of what's really being lost for the senior population.
Yeah, I think the total is in that one corner that you have in the first half. I don't have that sheet with me today. If you want me to. What this is, I was giving a scenario by the director for the senior center, and it was a list of scenarios, and it has all his programs. And A was if you eliminated the program completely, or B, if you looked at a reduced scenario. And I believe that the total is, well, he doesn't have it totaled, but if you added the impact on the budget, the impact revenue for state and federal, okay, roughly $288,000 for the nutrition. The home delivered is $330,700. The adult day break is $420,000. If you add all that
And these
up.
are the federal funds, right, Connie?
Yeah, this
so
is the
you're talking
federal
about
portion.
potentially $1 million in federal funds
Sure.
that would be lost
Easy.
if the county, I mean, for $260,000 for our senior population.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's silly.
Yeah.
It is very silly. And I think I can't second guess the county managers. I can't. But I can assume that they're making a principle. She visited our senior advisory board, and the answer back was, I need the concessions from the city employees. Well, everybody's made concessions.
County.
Yeah, the county employees. Excuse me. I used to be here too long. Anyway, but that was the answer back. Well, everybody's made concessions in the county budget, but this is really a little bit different. I think when it comes to people, human services, it's a little bit different. Yeah. So I suspect that they're trying to make a point.
And then just Councilman Haschef, I totally support this resolution, but in addition to that, we have our joint meeting on February 6th. And I don't know if the agenda's been set for that. The mayor's not here right now, but I believe they set the agenda. Maybe this is something that I think regionally it gets back to what you said, Connie. You know, we have regional boards for RTC, regional governing board. I think we've got to, for the future, look at seniors and a board there. But I think this warrants discussion with the all the bodies at that joint meeting on February 6th.
Mr. Mayor, I told Connie the same thing when I met with her earlier this week, that it's something that we definitely need to talk at that regional joint meeting. But I also invited Connie to come to our retreat on the 3rd, so that we have an opportunity to kind of digest the effects and the numbers a little bit, because I think it will be a part of our discussion as we set our priorities on the 3rd as well. Can I get my
Any other questions, comments?
Could I say one other thing, because it reminded me of the fact that the senior population in this state is the fastest growing segment of the population. So we're talking in today's dollars, we should be looking towards the future.
Thank you very much. Councilman Hashef?
Yeah, and just one footnote to that, more than the money is in that matrix, the population that's currently served and will not be served as a result of it. And you're talking about a lot of people that depend on those services. And I agree, if it's not too late, let's put it on our joint meeting agenda, Mr. City Manager, so we can have that discussion with the county. And if there are no further comments or questions, Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt the resolution and send it to the county immediately so they know what our thoughts are on this issue.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. D3, RTC presentation. Thank you, Connie. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and the other audience members, I'm Michelle Dennis with the Regional Transportation Commission, project manager for the Plum Lane project. Appreciate the opportunity today to come by and give you a project update, seek some input regarding the design, and answer any questions that you might have. To refresh you, the project limits on Plum Lane are from McCarran to Ferris Lane. We're doing a pavement reconstruction project. The anticipated construction timeline is no earlier than 2013. In working with our partner agencies, as far as the Truckee Meadows Water Authority and the City of Reno, there are infrastructure improvements that need to be made. So this gives us the opportunity to look at putting in some safety or potential operational enhancements along with our pavement reconstruction project. We've done a pretty extensive community outreach. I won't go through this in detail, but we started with a survey. This shows you the survey area that we covered. We sent out approximately 1,500 surveys. They were available from May 16th to June 1 at Walden's and Emerald City coffee houses and also online. To those survey, we received 351 responses. From that survey, we got the information that the community in general supported improvements, including bike and pedestrian safety operational improvements in addition to the roadway rehabilitation. From there, we took the comments that we had from the survey and had a workshop in August of last year. It was attended by 91 people, and from that after that workshop, we received an additional 31 comments in person, by email, and through the mail. We presented 4 concepts at that workshop for people to do a little matrix exercise where they had their dots. They could put their information in their preferred options using the dots and write comments on the their preferred option. We presented pavement rehabilitation, traffic improvements such as a roundabout, center turn lane, different ideas like that to promote operational safety. We presented options with regard to drainage, including curb and gutter, and also multimodal options such as sidewalk, bike lanes, or shared use path. The workshop confirmed that the community does support improvements, particularly bike and pedestrian improvements, in addition to the pavement rehabilitation. At that workshop, we heard loud and clear, though, that one of the main concerns was to work within the existing right-of-way. The other concern was to maintain a lot of the rural atmosphere of this area, maintain a lot of the trees, the landscaping, and things like that. This is a pretty unique area in that it is a regional road, but it's very rural feeling. So we heard very clearly to try and preserve that atmosphere. So we had a second workshop in November of last year. We combined the survey results and also the comments received from the workshop to develop 3 major concepts, each with 3 options to vote on at the workshop. Those concepts were just pavement rehabilitation only, pavement rehabilitation with bike lanes, or pavement rehabilitation with shared use paths. As I said, each one of those had 3 options to consider. And it was a melding of all of the comments that we received, trying to capture everyone's input. The workshop was attended by 96 people. We received to date approximately 24 comments after that. We've also met with several interested community members and had additional email responses to our workshop. Of the workshop participants, 82 people participated in the voting process. So it was a real-time voting where we presented a concept with the option and you were able to select your preferred concept. The results showed that there was a support for pavement improvements only, but the majority of the people that attended did support multimodal improvements. A total of 56 of the 82 participants voted for enhancements, including bike and pedestrian facilities. The preferred option that we are hoping to advance through the design is a shared use path with parking where permitted on one side, including a shoulder and curb and gutter for drainage improvements. The dimensions that we show here are typical based on design standards. We would be revising these dimensions during the design process. This is a plan view of what this would look like. Currently, the shared use path is anticipated to be on the north side, and again, parking where there's area available would be on the south side. Everything is working within the existing right-of-way, and there will be some necessity to adjust landscaping, fences, mailboxes, things like that, but everything with regard to the improvements would be within the existing right-of-way. The estimated construction cost for this project, depending on what direction we take for the design, would be a minimum of $1.5 million for just pavement improvements only, up to about $4.5 million, the current estimate for the improvements, including curb and gutter, storm drainage, connecting to a storm drain system to dispose of the storm water, the shared use path, and a shoulder area with the parking. We will be continuing our outreach efforts with a presentation to the RTC board this Friday. From that point, we hope to further the design with the shared use path concept. There will be design workshops during the design process and continued meetings with all of the different public members and elected officials. And I wanted to be very brief there for you. I know it's been a long agenda, so if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer any of them and go from there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say that the workshops at St. John's that you did a wonderful job putting them on. There was a lot of people that were there and a great deal of input about what they wanted. Because when I went in, I thought maybe they would want curb and gutter and sidewalks, and they said no, they wanted the multi-use path. And I understand that. That's what ended up being voted on by the majority of the people. I think the main issue right now is traffic control. That's what I continually hear. And Kenny Brown was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here or not. He was the chairman of our NAB he's no longer the chairman of NAB, but I know he's talked with you, and he's very complimentary about what RTC did and how you went through this process, and I think you've done a wonderful job in doing it. I think our overall concern, and Sharon may have something to say with this because we share that area in terms of representing those people, but is the traffic right now, and they do, according to my conversation with Mr. Brown, who lives there, they do have enforcement very frequently, at least weekly, if not more than that, and it's still, people still speed and go through that area. So, Michelle, how are you approaching that, and what do you think we can do? What revisions can we make there, especially in the winding areas, about the speed?
If I may, we have been working with the City of Reno Public Works. We cannot include traffic calming, has been suggested, due to Plum Lane being one of the primary emergency vehicle response routes. So we're not able to include a specific traffic calming. What we're working with in the design is narrowing the lane width, which subconsciously encourages people to drive slower. That's one of our major objectives in keeping the lane width still within code and design requirements, but as narrow as possible in order to encourage people to drive slow. We're also working with the City of Reno with regard to the request to post a lower design speed. Again, it's more of an ordinance and city requirements that 25 miles per hour is the slowest that can be posted. We've discussed the potential for an advisory sign. There's some hesitation because it is actually designed and can be driven in excess of 25 miles per hour. So if you post an advisory sign even that isn't accurate, people tend to ignore it. So again, we're going back to the concept of trying to narrow the lanes as much as possible to subconsciously encourage people to drive slower. The lane width will be defined by the curb also, as long as we're able to include that.
I understand the psychology of the lane width. I hope it's effective, because if there's not, the people end up in somebody's yard. That's the other side of that. And I know you do it. Are you doing striping also in addition to the lane width? Is there some striping? Because if there's some striping, that also tends to work on people's mind about slowing down. I don't know what the real effect is, but it supposedly is psychological, that if they see it striped that way, they tend to reduce their speed.
That's a very good point. We'll be looking at probably a couple different options. There is a trend that thinks that if there's no center line striped, people have a discomfort with that, and that may be an issue. Or we can be looking at fog lines and additional striping to try and keep people, as you said, with the thought that they're in a confined area and they need to
Tell
go
me one
slower.
more time. You said the City of Reno said you cannot post lower than 25 miles an hour?
That's my understanding from the Public Works, is that 25 miles per hour is the lowest regulatory speed that you can post. There is the opportunity in some cases to post an advisory speed that is lower. Generally, that's more in a park area. And again, because they're not trying to encourage people to disregard the sign if it's not a needed speed for the design of the road. We will be looking at trying to improve the road as much as possible within the existing conditions of the right-of-way, as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
As an absolute follow-up to that, Dan, thank you. Michelle, thank you for sharing this information with me yesterday. I wasn't able to make it to that November public meeting that you had. And I did share with you the same thing that Mr. Gustin just said, that the comments I've received have been about safety and in particular speed. And you did tell me the same thing we've just been talking about, that the striping has some effect. Either you or Chief, can you tell us the road I'm most familiar with that was the same response and action taken fairly recently was Urban, because there's always been a speeding issue on Urban, and so we striped that. Has that had an impact on slowing speed down and calls for service? Are you aware?
I would defer to the Chief.
Good afternoon. Steve Pitts on behalf of the Reno Police Department. I don't have those specific numbers with me today, Mrs. Audra, but I can get them in a couple of moments. I can get back with you.
That would be helpful. I mean, I
Yes,
understand the argument and the philosophy behind it, but I can think of at least one street that we did that for the very same reason, and I'd like to know what were the numbers before and what have the numbers been since?
And that would definitely be helpful input for us also when we're considering the design parameters.
You know,
Thank
if
you.
I can add one thing to what Councilman Zadra said, I just thinking about it, we did that on Riverside Drive. It's from McKinley School to the bridge in front of Councilman Hascheff's office is 15 miles an hour. So I wonder if we could at least take a look at that, Public Works can take another look at that. And it doesn't have to be the whole street, obviously, it's just that curvy area that is, it's tough to negotiate. I mean, if you're not really paying attention, I know 25 is not very fast, but people can get out of control even at that, so thank you.
And we have heard that, and we will definitely continue to work with Public Works, particularly Steve Bennell and Charla, to further that question.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there's no, I think there's most people here for food truck stuff.
Yeah,
We can go right to that.
jump up there. Why don't you go ahead and run it, please?
Quick question for staff. Is this in the Wells Avenue plan?
Thank you, ma'am. Alex Woolley, Code Enforcement Manager for the city. No, ma'am, it's not in the Wells Avenue. It's outside of that moratorium, that perimeter. Yes, ma'am.
Vassar's not in there? Or
Vassar
just
is
this
in there,
portion?
but this is east of Kitski.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
It's on the other side.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Alex. I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval.
Second, with one question, I saw it's like 1,900 feet and 2,100 feet from schools, and that's within the,
That would have been Worcester, I think, probably.
isn't it 750 and 1,000 feet, so they're beyond that?
Yes, sir. Alex Woolley for the city. Yes, sir. There isn't any set parameters yet. I know that's something that council has discussed, but currently you are correct. From Worcester, it's approximately 1,900 feet, and from Vaughn Middle School, it's 2,100 feet. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item I-1, staff report on the acceptance of a business impact statement. I do have some public comment cards, but I really think that you want to talk on I-2, unless you want to talk on both of them. I-1 is just to say that we've done the business impact statement and we accept that, and then I-2 will get to the regulations. So staff report on I-1.
Yes, Your Honor. Alex Woolley for the record again. Yes, I-1 is accepting the business impact statement, Your Honor, and staff found that there is no significant financial burdens on the businesses due to this new regulation.
Any questions about this, Ms. Sadra?
Yeah, I do. Alex, can you tell me, the big question really is, how will we be able to enforce this? Will it be pretty much on calls with concerns that we receive? I mean, it's quite, could be a big undertaking, so how are we going to enforce it?
Yes, ma'am. Staff anticipates, right now, we know that there's approximately 35 of these type of businesses, the mobile food vendors. We currently do have 6 code enforcement officers and 3 business license compliance officers who are also assigned geographically. And we do think that with the current number that exists of these businesses, that we can take on the requirements as far as inspecting and conducting site reviews. Yes, ma'am.
And I may not have seen in the detail, but there's, I didn't see reference to things like grease trap and elimination of waste from the units.
That is correct, ma'am. And the reason why staff didn't do that was because our intent was to deal with the time, place, and manner. Such items that are with regards to environmental health is being addressed by our Washoe County Health District.
And you've been in communication with them in the development of what's presented to us today?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We discussed many points with them, and actually we have representatives here with us today from the Health District, and they actually reviewed it. We edited some issues, some things that they pointed out that we weren't aware of. So we did address those. And our intent is that when we do receive a complaint, because our intent is not to go out proactively, but rather reactively to complaints. And as we typically do, we do have a working relationship with them, as we do with the motels, as we do with the other restaurants and other issues that we address. So we would visit the sites with them, and what we try to do is address all issues, whether it's ours or theirs, and vice versa. If they get an issue, a complaint, we will go on site with them as well. Yes, ma'am.
And I have had comment from some of the brick and mortar type operations that they're concerned about the reduction down to the 100 feet. And in particular, or excuse me, 100 yard, wait.
100 feet, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 100 feet.
Sharon, if
which
I
is
could
about
interrupt for a
33
second.
yards.
This is on I-1, which is, that's the next agenda item, and
That's
we haven't
true.
opened that up
That's
yet.
true.
So is there any
Yep.
questions about the business impact
Yeah.
statement? Councilwoman Schreiber.
Yeah, under 3, Alex.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Councilman Yazzie, because this is in the business impact statement specifically, is on the, and I believe that's what it's come down to, because I've talked to many of the food vendors, that everyone seems okay with the new changes. There seems to be one hang up, and that is on the hours of operation, and that's under 3, Alex.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go through that on the business impact specifically? There is the, now staff is doing the special use permit, but the limit of hours from 2 to 3.
Yes, ma'am. What we did was we figured, considering the fact that these are, in fact, mobile food vendors, and we researched other cities and other ordinances, and typically the ranges that exist are from half an hour up to 2 hours. There was some concern and discussion with the representatives of business owners that the city of Reno is not as large as other communities, to where they felt that within a half hour, an hour, they can get so much amount of business, but being the fact that we have a much smaller population, that it would, I guess it could be argued that they would need more time as far as setting up and getting that same amount of business. So that's how we were able to agree to a 3-hour limit. I do understand that there's some concern or maybe even some request to ask council if that could be increased. From staff's perspective, I thought that it was prudent that I only move from 2 hours to 3, and I told them they would have the opportunity today on the next item on the agenda to be able to pursue that request with the council.
Okay. And it sounds like everything's in compliance, just going over the business impact statement of with the changes that staff made as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any more questions about the business impact?
Yeah,
Sharon.
I'm not so sure that the question where I was going really isn't part of the impact.
Okay.
Because it certainly relates to B, summary of comments. And it's specifically the question that I've gotten is, okay, for someone who has purchased the right to be the food vendor at an event, and the example that was given to me was Art Town at Wingfield. And there would be within this 300-foot limit, now 100-foot limit, that a truck could come up right on to Arlington and totally undercut when they purchased the right. And I saw reference, of course, in the second, the I-2 piece, that it's there's some relationship to the event organizer, but I don't see that reference necessarily made here.
No, ma'am, not in the business impact statement. That is correct. It's not referenced in here. In the actual ordinance itself, though, it has remained to 300 feet for special events. Yes, ma'am. But you are correct. The special event point of the ordinance was not specifically addressed in the business impact statement.
And in your meetings, did you hear that 300 was responsible, was effective for a special event? I don't know. Wherever they set up in Wingfield versus hitting up to Arlington, how many yards away is that? How many feet away is that?
Oh, it
It's about
depends
10 feet.
where on Arlington. Yes, ma'am.
100 yards is a football
but,
field.
But as you can imagine, and we all know, the intent is to ensure that someone doesn't come in through the back and doesn't participate in the event and can just roll up right next to it, but benefit from the event. So that is the intent, the 300 feet. So they always have the option of being a part of the event. They could apply like everyone else, deal with that event organizer and be a part of it. But it does ensure that the individual who comes in and gets all the required permits, and those individuals that participate in it are not undercut by this individual who can park right there in front of them. So the 300 feet will address that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any more questions on the business impact? Have a motion to accept staff recommendation or not? Second. Have a motion to second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item I2 is when we're getting to the meat of this thing, and if you want to give a presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, this is bill number 6785, an ordinance to amend Title 4 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Business License Code by adding Chapter 4.05 entitled Mobile Vending Units in its entirety and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you very much. If you want to give a presentation, then we'll go to public comment and then questions from the board.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that. For the record, Alex Woolley, Code Enforcement Manager and business license. The ordinance that you have before you today, Council, is with regards to the mobile food vending type of business that we have in the city of Reno. As of late, I would say maybe approximately 2-3 years, staff anticipates that maybe it's due to the economy, but we've seen an increase in mobile food vendors. And since that time, in the past 2-3 years, unfortunately, we've received specific complaints, even here at the podium, in public meetings and other venues, and through personal phone calls from businesses and representatives that the actual mobile food vendors were not, in fact, being mobile. During the process of researching that, we realized that we did not have an ordinance in place that specifically would address this type of business. We have ordinances and zoning requirements for all other types of businesses, but we had nothing on the books that would regulate mobile food vendors. And essentially, one of the biggest problems and concerns were that an individual who would like to open a restaurant, which is providing the same type of service, has certain specific requirements within the code, such as parking, zoning requirements. As you can imagine, being mobile, there is no zoning requirement because you pretty much can move around. There's bathroom requirements. There's landscape requirements and a bunch of other certain requirements that are required as a brick and mortar, such as grease traps, so on and so forth. Pretty expensive, elaborate investments required. And the concern was that an individual would have the ability to provide the same service and make profit from the same type of business by acquiring a mobile food truck, which would not require any of this. There's no zoning requirement, there's no parking requirement, there's no bathroom requirement. And the biggest concern was that if that business owner was to determine that they would be better off staying stable in one spot, established, similar to a brick and mortar, that they would have the ability to have the benefits of that without the requirements or the obligations that come along with it. And one of the concerns that we've received from business owners were the fact that individuals were parked in front of their business or across the street from their business and would be there all day, every day, without meeting any of the requirements. There was also concerns with regards to them being in residential neighborhoods, parking in a driveway and selling food out of a residential home. So the intent of this ordinance is to provide some minimal standards and requirements, definitely not allowing them in residential neighborhoods to maintain the character of our residential neighborhoods and community, while at the same time providing certain guidelines to ensure that if in fact they are a mobile food vendor, that they will conduct their business as such, as mobile. Three main topics, the main issues in regards to this ordinance, along with all other regulations in there, specifically is the duration of how long they could be on a site, which is 3 hours. Staff originally drafted the ordinance for 2 hours, and during the public process and meeting with representatives on both sides, pros and opponents, we did come up with a compromise of 3 hours. It's my understanding that they would prefer more. Staff feels that this was a good amount, the 3 hours, but I understand in public comment you'll see some interest in more than that. There was also a distance requirement from businesses established brick and mortar, which was 300 feet. We did negotiate that down to 150. We had further conversations. Some well points were made with regards to the amount of restaurants and density within the downtown area specifically. It's pretty difficult to go from one establishment to another within 100 feet or within the 300 feet. It's very difficult to maintain that distance of 300 feet. And there are other areas similar to that as well. We all know typically there's a corner where you have 2 or 3 fast food restaurants. And then last was the hours of operations as far as until what time they could be open. Initially we had 10 p.m. We wanted to mirror that of the sidewalk vendor, which is currently in code. It is 10 p.m. but they were requesting further hours, and also there was concerns that most of the business, some of them had good business after hours. For example, in the downtown area, the nightclub scene, the entertainment district. So the compromise we came with that was to be similar to other businesses, be able to be open until 11 p.m. like all other businesses within the city without a special use permit. But however, also having the caveat that they had the ability to be open 24 hours, still within the 3-hour limit max, in areas that are zoned as such as the downtown neighborhood, downtown district, with exception to California Avenue, as we know there's specifics to that residential area. But also, if a property has a special use permit, which allows being open past 11 p.m., that they would have the ability to piggyback onto that property, which is very common, what we've seen and we've identified at nightclubs, for example. We do have some nightclubs that have a special use permit, and they have a parking lot big enough to accommodate one of these food trucks. There are several in town, such as the Imperial Lounge or the Mambo's across next to Atlantis. So those are the three major issues that we had concerns and we try to address with them. The hours of operation, when they had to close and where they could be after 11 p.m., the amount of time that they could be at a site, and what was the third? I'm having a Perry moment here.
Distance.
And the distance from an open restaurant. And so those are the three major items.
Alex, what
Yes,
Councilwoman Zadra had asked you about the events, you might want to touch on that.
Yes, ma'am. There is a requirement for the 300 feet from special events. That was not a concern from either side. And so we didn't, that really was, we went through each and every item in the ordinance, each line by line. So, but that is a requirement, the 300 feet as discussed earlier. Yes.
Ms. Sadra.
In identifying the proximity to, and you made reference to, in a busy intersection, you've got a fast food place at every intersection. But how about, so the industrial areas, what I would call the industrial areas, say a Gregg or a Rock or a Longley Lane kind of a thing, where there aren't a bunch of restaurants in that area, and the truck can roll in and park right at the work site for an industrial or construction site, as opposed to accessing the brick and mortar. How much consideration did you give to that area, or was it really more focused on the metro part of?
Yes, ma'am. We did consider that area as well, and because of that fact, the facts that you just stated, because of the fact that we knew that there wouldn't be restaurants close to these areas, so it wouldn't really be of concern because of the fact that if there is no restaurant there that's open at that particular time, then there is no distance requirement. They can be right there on site, 2 feet away, as long as there's not a restaurant around. But we wanted to make sure that if there is a restaurant, that there was some distance from there. So.
And do we have any kind of precaution if a unit moves in and parks for 3 hours and then moves the unit 20 feet further down the street? Do they get to start another?
Thank you, ma'am.
3
I did forget to point that out. Yes, ma'am. There is a 4 blocks or 2 mile requirement for 24 hours. And 4 blocks, whichever is closer, whether it's 2 miles or 4 city blocks from that vicinity, they have to move for 24 hours. So, for example, if they're on Arlington and 2nd Street and they're there for their 3 hours, they cannot return to that site for 24 hours, and the next site they go to has to at least be 4 blocks away or 2 miles, whichever is closer.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay, I have some public comment. Let them ask questions because they might spur some more comments for us, and they've been here a long time. Mr. Vento, followed by Steve Schroeder.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Edward Vento. I'm the Executive Director of Nevada Hispanic Services. We've been involved with some of the negotiations to what has led up to this latest draft, and we do not represent the Mobile Vendors Association. I know last time we did, but they wanted to go in a different direction. That's okay. I'm really just here to commend the city, commend Alex's department, and commend Alex himself. If there's any kind of award, he should get it. He spent a lot of time with the vendors, different groups, the associations, with the Chamber of Commerce, and with Nevada Hispanic Services, kind of going over drafts and going over with what we could do and what the city was able to do. So just on behalf of my agency, I wanted to thank you and your department, Alex. And then just a little bit off the subject. My tenure ends January 31st at Nevada Hispanic Services. I wanted to thank each and every one of you for your support. Jessica and Dave and Sharon and Dan, we've worked together. I didn't have the opportunity to get together with you, Dwight, or Pierre, but I think you're all fantastic people, and I hope you continue to support Nevada Hispanic Services. I do have a gentleman that's been shadowing me for the last 4 months. My intention was to be there for 3 months, and it turned out to be 2 wonderful years. So thank you very much, and I hope when you bring this to a vote or you consider the hours on the trucks, that seems to be the only issue, that you really consider how it would impact their businesses. Many of these people have other jobs, and they work at night, and they're out there in the cold trying to earn a living to stay off public assistance, and some of them are even paying their college tuition with that. So when you do make a decision, I hope you take that into consideration. And with that, I'll just go ahead and finish up. And again, thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Vento. Congratulations. Steve Schroeder, followed by Joe Horn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Steve Schroeder, just a member here of City of Reno. Just want to say thanks. This idea came about when we first heard it presented via the internet that the city ordinance was coming down. And my daughter, young, is a budding chef. And she said, Daddy, I want a food truck one day. Of course, what do daddies do? Okay, honey. So we got involved. I got involved with Joe and Nancy Horn at Dish Cafe. My company, Synergy Communications, we just saw this as a wonderful opportunity. We pro bonoed the whole thing, a couple hundred hours. And I love gourmet trucks, gourmet food trucks, and just spent the weekend in San Francisco visiting gourmet food trucks. I would love Reno to be a destination for gourmet food trucks. I think we have that great opportunity in front of us. Today, I would just like to say thank you for this process. When this first started back in December, hearing about it, we were able to immediately meet with Alex Woodley, Michael Chomp, and your staff. And I think so many people come up and have something negative to say about the city. I'd like to say something positive and kind of echo what Edward had said. It was a wonderful process between government and industry, business owners saying, you know, we have a concern, please listen. The city of Reno listened, and there was great negotiations, several meetings, and a lot of time with Alex Woodley and his department and Bill Thomas. And I just want to say, on behalf of several of the gourmet food trucks, thank you for a wonderful response, listening, attentiveness, accessibility to our city leaders. Where we are today with the language that's in front of you, we're happy with, and it's very positive, and we just want to say thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Actually, a lot of people say nice things, but they only report on the bad things. They don't make it out of this room. Joe Horn.
Joe Horn. I am the co-owner of Dish Cafe with my wife, Nancy, and I also have a food truck coming in about 4 weeks from now. So I also would echo that I have had great conversations with Alex and staff. I've met with Jessica and Dave a few times to go over the different regulations, and we 100% support them. The reason why I wanted to come and talk is I do own a brick and mortar restaurant, and I will own a food truck, so I sit on both sides of this fence. I've been in business here in Reno for 10 years. And run, a good establishment. I would say, and what I've said from the start, especially, to your point about 100 feet, 300 feet, 50 feet, a lot of cities like LA, Santa Monica, Orange County, you can park 10 feet away from another restaurant. Without being too cliche, this is America. It's about competition. And if a food truck pulls up within 50 feet or 100 feet of my restaurant, and they serve better food than me, and they have better customer service than me, and people don't want to come and sit in a environmentally controlled building, but they would rather sit in their car and eat that food truck's food, shame on me. So I think that as the regulations are written, everything is perfect, it's beautiful, and I would urge that you guys pass them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tom Bidigary? Bidigary. It's 50-50 on that one.
Mayor, Council. My name is Tom Bidigary. I represent the Reno Tax Service on 4th Street. I also represent 15 of the Hispanic vending truck owners. And I'm here today because they're getting ready we are assisting them in forming a union, all right? And that union won't be put together for another few more months. But they'd like me to speak on only basically one issue that they're having a problem with, and it's the hours that we've been talking about. The vending people in this town are different types. We have the 24-hour areas, which has almost no regulations, there's no time limits and anything like that. And then the people that I'm representing, the Hispanics, are outside of those areas. They're on various lots, they're in various places where they have to pay for those areas. It's just not like you can drive on somebody's private lot. You have to pay to be there. You have to have a written agreement with the property owners. The biggest problem we have, or the only problem left, I believe, is the time period. My individuals that I'm representing are asking that you move the 3 hours to 5 hours. That's all that they're asking. Because 3 hours makes it tough on them. They're not a business that's open and they get a rush at lunchtime. They don't get a rush at dinner time. They get the person who leaves work, get off hours, different hours, drives through an area, stops, wants a quick something to eat, and eats it. This idea of competition, that they're ruining the taco place across the street or another restaurant, I have a different view. We own a bar in Winnemucca, 4 bars on a block, new one opened up next door. We loved it. Filled a vacant building, and it brought all of us more customers. When you have places to eat, there's a different idea. People go to that area. They don't just go to that taco truck, they go to the restaurants, they go to the various vending trucks that are there. So it doesn't cause a business to lose business. You actually make more money. Your business makes more money because there are more food vendors in that area and people go to it. What the people are asking for that I'm representing is to take the 3-hour minimum to a 5-hour minimum. They believe that during that time period, they would be able to survive, make enough money to keep their businesses going. These individuals are forming a union, de Lancheros del Norte de Nevada. The reason for it is they can't get up here and speak for themselves. Their English isn't very good. They're not very quick. They're not white middle-class business people that we're looking at here, okay? They have a hard time representing themselves. So they are going to have to form a group. So more restrictions, more regulations, they're being squeezed. They make less money. They go out of business. We're not people, these aren't people making a lot of money. They make 10 or 12,000, 15,000 a year net. That's a lot for them. Every one of them have other jobs. This is something to help them get by on. And so they're asking that you bring this to a 5-hour minimum, and they will, all the rest of the regulations are fine. A lot of them have met with Alex, and they all wanted me to say that he's done a wonderful job in meeting with them, going over things with them, and he has been just nice to all of them. So they have nothing to say against Alex other than he's just been a really good person to work with this group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's the last public comment card I have. Anybody else have any public comment? Mr. Abney, did you turn in a card somewhere? I did. Okay, we'll find it.
I can fill out another one.
That's okay.
Thank you. For the record, Trey Abney with the Chamber of Commerce. And I'll join the chorus. I can't speak highly enough of Mr. Woodley and city staff for working on this issue. When this first came up, the Chamber only had brick and mortar businesses, frankly. And as it moved along, we started seeing more and more mobile food vendors becoming Chamber members. And we think that the agreement that's before you today is a fair one, a good one. I do have some of my members, as you just heard, who have a slight disagreement with the hour and the time limit. And so I can't stand up here today and put the full support of the Chamber behind the agreement, but I think all the work that's gone into it, I think we can find a solution. The brick and mortar guys have very legitimate concerns about these food trucks, but these food trucks are also providing, there is a market for them and for this type of service and commerce in this town. And so I think we're very close. Again, Alex has done a great job, and we thank you for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I myself, I am Stefan Van Dyke, owner and operator of Stefan's Mobile Bistro. Just say thank you to Alex for taking time to hearing us and to do an outstanding job, and for this cafe. My only concern also is just the hours of operation. I'm in different operation. I do the night scene. Sometimes I'm doing the venue of catering, and then I go over into actually serving the community. And so just the hours of operation is my main concern. But thank you also.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions?
And I just have two quick questions, actually, for Edward, and I'm sorry, Tom as well, because it seems like this is the sticking point. The peak hours of operation, for example, when I think of the lunchtime hours, 11 to 2, around that period of time, I guess I need to hear from you guys, why the stretch of 5 hours? I mean, is it a breakfast, lunch thing? Why from the 3 hours? Because before I could understand people having time to set up the truck and getting ready to go, but why are you asking for the 5 hours?
The vending trucks aren't really doing just your lunch and breakfast. They're doing people who are on the road, driving down the street, driving down wells and places like that. And it's just not at lunchtime. If you go out for lunch, any of us, we're going to go somewhere. We pretty well know what we're going to do. They're picking up the person who says, oh, man, I'm hungry. I'm going to stop. Okay? And so they want to work from maybe 6 o'clock at night to 11 o'clock at night, which isn't a lunch period, but people are hungry during that time period. They don't get a rush at 12 o'clock. They don't get a rush at 6 o'clock. They get a little bit of people every hour for a longer period of time. Okay? People just don't go out to them at those time periods.
And I guess that's, and this did, I believe, Alex, I'm correct in saying this, but this did come from my ward, Wells Avenue, and I think Alex addressed it in his opening. We're trying to work on not hurting the brick and mortar, but also having, helping the mobile vendors as well. But it gets back to the complaints that they're not mobile. If you have them sitting there for 5 hours, is that then not really being a mobile operator? Is what the concern is, and I think there are concerns from both sides here. So if you could address that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. When you drive down Wells and you see one of those things sitting there, what do you think? That's a restaurant? I'm going to go inside and sit down at chairs or not? You're going to think it's a vending thing. I'm going to walk up. He's going to make me a quick taco, a quick burrito. I can buy a quick Coke, and I'm down the way. People don't consider them sitting there as a restaurant. They're not going to go inside. They're going to buy something, put it in their car. They're vending. Mobile means, like it says, should be on the road. But how many places can they go in this town? How many places can they rent lots from? That's one of the other big considerations. What do they have to pay? $200 a month for every place that they sit on? So you want them to pay 5 different places where they have to move every hour and pay $1,000? They're out of business. There's only certain locations on certain streets where they can set up shop. It's simply that.
Thank you. And Edward, did you have any more to add to that, or is that the same?
No, we simply came up with that. We did my agency did a survey with the vendors, and we had very few that were actually staying 8 to 10 hours. The majority were staying 5 to 6. The reason for that is, it's exactly like Tom says, is that they're not having any, large kind of rush hour. Also, where they're stationed, they're paying rent from, say it's a convenience store they're in front of or whatever. So they're paying anywhere from, everyone's their own negotiator, so they're paying anywhere from $300 to $600 a month on the properties that they're on. It's been my understanding when I talked to some of the property owners that they were reluctant to begin to knock down some of those rental prices because they had to move after a while. So it makes business a little bit more difficult. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, it doesn't make it impossible. The other thing is that typically when they go and set up, it takes them anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour to get everything ready and get going. So, they typically look at that setup time as a non-vending time for many of the food items that they have. Okay. So that's how we kind of came up with the 5 hour minimum, and I know it was a huge jump to go from 2 hours to 5, but we in good faith we're trying to just explain that to Alex, that's the reasoning behind it, The other reasoning is if the construction industry were up and going like we normally, would be, like, I hope we return to, then it might be different. We might be up here making a different argument, because typically a lot of these vendors were moving to a lot of the construction sites, a lot of the industrial areas, some of the business parks. But since construction isn't here anymore, they stayed largely mobile to where, and a lot of these are in Hispanic neighborhoods too, to where families can just walk a few blocks and go to the truck. They know they're going to be there. And so that's kind of how they've been modeling their business over the last few years.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then, Alex, I just want to ask you the same question. I want to hear from staff's perspective. What would be the harm from going to 3 to 5 hours? And is that something that staff would recommend? I guess I want to hear the other side, too.
Yes, ma'am. Alex Woolley for the record. Staff would not recommend 5 hours due to the fact that at 5 hours, anything beyond 4 hours is already half of the day. A typical work day is 8 hours. So once you go past the 4 hours, now you're going more closer to a full day's work as opposed to a half day or less. And as I stated before, the intent was for it to be mobile and move on. Some would argue that if you are in a certain type of business, you should be able to run that business in a fashion that's effective for you. If you are mobile, maybe you should find a way to prepare in less than 45 minutes, as opposed to waiting till you get there and then 45. If your business doesn't start till 9, maybe you don't get there till 9, as opposed to getting there at 8 and waiting for that extra hour. And staff, our intent is just to try to make sure that we provide that we're fair for both sides. And we think that 5 hours is going over into the other.
What about 4 hours, Alex? We're going to compromise and do 4 hours.
At 4 hours, staff would not oppose 4 hours. We do understand what their concerns are and how they're trying to make a business, and that's our intent. We definitely, I know the council several years ago when we started having the financial difficulty, we made it very clear that we'll be much more business friendly. That was one of the intents why we've been working with them so much, because we want to be business friendly. Staff could not oppose 4 hours.
Okay,
no,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Other questions?
Sounds like a solution.
Alex, I have a question for you. Does the code say that they have to move or just be closed? So if a truck just closes down and leaves their truck on site, what's the difference there? Does it have to be gone?
Sir, as much as we try to prepare for you, I knew you was going to ask a question. Wow. I'm speechless. Sir, can you give me an opportunity to look at this? Because I'm assuming that you are going to amend that. So at that point, I'd like to clarify that. But at this point,
I just want to know if it comes up, I don't know one way or the other.
Our intent is for them to move after the 3 hours.
So it just doesn't say only open for 3 hours. It means on location for 3 hours?
On location, that is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean they would have to move it after 3 hours?
That is correct.
Can I just follow up on that?
Sure.
Where do they park overnight?
They can move to another site.
But where do they park when they're not going to move it every 3 hours if they're closed.
Oh.
Right. My understanding is the health department does have specific requirements for that, and I don't want. I thought that my understanding was they had to be parked at the depot overnight, but let me, if I can defer.
That's just. If you put it that way, if you have to move it every 3 hours, and they go home, go to bed, put everything away, they're not going to go move their truck.
Right. That's correct. That is correct. Yes, sir. Let me, if I may defer to, we have a representative here from the health department. I just want to make sure because I don't want to give you wrong information. If I may, Tony.
Hi, I'm Tony Macaluso. I'm with the Washoe County District Health Department.
The question is
yes.
Do they have to park it there overnight? Or just
the intent is that they park it at the depot. Now, that could be anywhere from a restaurant or a snack bar, place that we allow as a depot.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that we're going to pass this in one manner or another, but is there a mechanism that we can actually track the costs for the next year to see what it costs us for code enforcement and all that stuff, to go out there to see if the amount we're charging them is in line with the cost of us doing that?
Yes, sir. That is a good idea, actually, and that is something we can do, sir. We can create a project code, because as many know, the city right now is we're trying to do the best that we can, try to be as efficient as possible. So if it does become an issue for us, we would like to be able to track that, so we can do that. Once it comes into ordinance, we'll have the business license compliance officers and code compliance officers track their time addressing these issues.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Guston?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned that they have to move after 3 hours, and they have to be 4 blocks or 2 miles, whichever is the closest?
Whichever is the shortest distance.
Shortest distance.
My
That's the way
attorney
they put
friends
it.
made sure I explained that correctly.
4 blocks.
Okay, and the special events, again, we talked about, it was brought up about our town, but it's Hot August Nights and street vibrations, et cetera, and that's a 300-foot?
That is
So that's a
correct.
football field, okay.
Yes, sir, 300 feet.
I mean, when I came in, I thought maybe 150 because it's an easy number for me. It's 50 yards versus 33 yards, and how far is 33 yards? But that's fine. That's what you negotiated. And I think what I heard from the people coming up, they're extremely complimentary to you because you were responsive, you listened to what they had to say, and so there's some compromise in there. So I think the award he should get is his check every month, Mr. City Manager. I think I have also heard from brick and mortar people, and I'll just give you an opinion here, and I have another question to ask, but when you look at these trucks, these vending trucks, be they called gourmet or vending trucks or whatever they are, versus a brick and mortar restaurant, I think it's a lifestyle or dining choice. I don't look at it as being, there is some competition because they serve food, but I think it's a different thing. So I think some separation and some reality to what you were talking about, which I think you've done a good job in doing that. And the city of Reno certainly wants to be business friendly. So was there any conversation or regulation about how many can be in a specific geographic area? And was there a definition of a geographic area?
No, sir, we did not get into that discussion, and mainly because, as I stated earlier, what we're dealing with is approximately 35 vendors. So we're not dealing with a significant amount of individuals. We already have the requirement, restriction with regards to brick and mortar restaurants, so we didn't want to be too restrictive to say, and you can't be within a certain amount of space from one another. Especially if it's going to help us, if we've got a crowd of 50 people around one truck, I think we prefer to have 2 trucks there, try to get them going, moving on about their business. So there is no restriction for that, sir. Now, as you know, this is a breathing document. If at any point in time we see something isn't working, as we've done before, we'll come back before council.
So you could have enough of these owners who want to set up in a paved lot someplace, or a lot, whatever it is, and there could be a half a dozen of them there.
That is
And
correct. Yes, sir,
okay.
the way this is written at this time.
And there was no pros or cons about that within your discussions with the people, the bricks and mortar or the vending people?
That is correct. No, sir, there hasn't been any concerns.
Okay, my opinion is this, that we've gone from 300 to 100, I certainly can live with that. The movement of the trucks are fine, the special event regulation works for me. Geographic area, don't have a problem with that. I think that, as I mentioned, lifestyle and dining choice. What I would prefer to see, it, leave it the way it is. You've negotiated that out. Leave it at 3 hours. If there's something else or we find out it's not working, then we come back and take a look at it. We're putting our foot in the water right now. Let's go ahead and do that. Then let's find out what can or can't be done, because I have a hesitation about people being in one area too long. So I would go with the negotiated settlement, if you will, of the presentation you've made to us. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Here.
Comments, not questions.
Yeah, I just have comments too, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the 4 hours, because I am sensitive to the point that was made that you're paying rent. So you may have to actually look at another location, which increases the cost that you do business. And because there's an hour basically built into it, because you have to break down and basically prepare the food, ultimately you're there open for business technically only 3 hours anyway. And I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. So I'm okay with the 4 hours. And then I also want to make the point that everybody else has made. Kudos to staff in their hard work, because that's what it's all about, getting consensus from everybody and coming back with an ordinance almost perfect, other than the hours. And so I'm okay with the 4 hours, Mr. Mayor.
Dwight?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm sympathetic to is these people went out and made large investments in their business under our existing rules, and now we're making some drastic changes to these rules. And if 4 hours solves that issue, I'm comfortable with that. I mean, because they have. I mean, they've gone out and they've bought their trucks. They've made big investments in this. They've probably got, you know, a lease agreement or something with these lots, and they did it under what our existing rules are today. And we're making those changes. If we find out that that's a problem, it becomes an issue, we can look at it down the road. But I'm comfortable with the 4 hours.
Any other comments? Ms. Zadra?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ensure, Alex, that you really feel like you're going to be able to see the impacts so that we do learn, as someone up here said earlier, will we really be able to evaluate the expense to us for now monitoring this, and are we assessing the right amount?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you'll be able to keep a monitor on that.
Yes, ma'am, we will do that. We will implement, as we do with many other special assignments, we'll treat this the same, and we will track the time to be able to quantify the impact.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Guston?
Mr. Mayor, let me ask one other question. Mr. Mancuso, could you come forward, please? Can I ask you a question? Is there a requirement for these trucks with, like, the district health department has regarding bricks and mortar building about somebody being certified going through the food safety course?
They fall under the same requirements.
Same, and there has to be somebody on site in that truck when it's operating?
Not necessarily on site, but they have to have somebody who's on staff who's accessible. That's part of the same regulation as the brick and mortar.
In brick
In
and
other
mortar,
words,
brick and mortar, you have to, I thought you had to be on site in brick and mortar.
It depends on what risk category you fall into.
Okay.
And for the brick and mortar, if you're higher risk, you have to have somebody on site. For the lower categories, you just have to have somebody's on staff who does the training. The same thing would apply to the mobiles.
And how often will you inspect these vehicles?
Once a year.
Once a year?
Same as the brick and mortar.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fraza?
I was just going to make a motion.
Let me make my comments then. For one thing, I think that the city should look at also, right now in the city, it's illegal to use public property for these things, and we can make changes to what would allow them to park on public property to do that. That's something I think we could look at.
Yes, sir. If I may, Your Honor, we did implement that in there if they have permission from the city. That
Okay.
they could be on the city property.
So would permission be, again, a question, maybe if I go pull up and pay the parking meter, is that permission?
No, written permission.
Okay.
Handwritten permission. Yes, a
Okay.
signed document from appropriate representative.
And then on the 3 hours, 4 hours thing, for me, 4 hours is okay, but to me, they've negotiated this between the food truck vendors and the brick and mortar, and they agreed to 3 hours. And I wouldn't want to change that right now without the brick and mortar people being here. The other issue is it's going to be done on a reactive basis. So if nobody ever complains at the location you are, nobody's going to care. I mean, so we'll find out what those issues are. I just wanted to throw that out there on the 3 hours. It was negotiated with everyone, and they aren't really here because I think they thought they had a deal. So for them, that's 33% more time that someone can be there. But if someone pulls up and they're there for 3 hours, if they're there for 6 hours, if no one complains, we're not going to be responding to it. It's going to be only on a complaint-driven basis.
But I think it was negotiated, but I don't think they agreed to the 3 hours.
Correct.
Well, some haven't, some have.
And that's what we're doing.
But I think, David, we will hear from the brick and mortar folks if there really is a problem, if somebody's there for more than 6 hours.
It's going to be
or more
harder
than-
to ratchet. Well, I know, but that's what we'll do if they're there for more than 3 or 4 hours. We put it anyway. We don't need to. I see where we're going, so we don't have to debate it anymore. Ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion, and I do want to thank staff too, but I am comfortable with the 4 hours. That's why I asked the question. I think that that's a good compromise. We've done these things before. If we need changes, it's an ordinance. We can do it in a month. We can change anything in a month around here. That's what's so great about local government. And if it's really going to be complaint-driven. So if we get complaints, and I know this came out of some of the folks at Wells Avenue, and just want to compliment staff, and we better get a Korean barbecue truck here for members of the press corps because they're requesting. So I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Councilman Peraza, it's first of all, it's a motion to refer, and second,
Refer, I'm sorry,
with
with
an
the
amendment
changes.
from 3 hours to 4.
From 3 hours to 4.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Guston?
Yes, you and I think, have some similarity agreement on this, and I would prefer the 3 hours, but I will say this. I think we have proven the city of Reno are business friendly. I think it's a lifestyle choice what people want to do. I think we can always correct it. So I'm going to support the motion, even though I'd prefer to have the 3 hours. But that's fine. Let's see what happens, and I'm willing to live with something for a period of time. And if it works, terrific. If we have to come back and change it, we'll come back and change it.
You didn't want to go 3.5 hours?
Nope.
Motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much for working through this public process. We're back to F1, a public hearing. I'm sorry, I think we had, and we're way over time, we had didn't we have a 1 o'clock for the CAFR? This one won't take long. We'll do the CAFR next. Let's do this public hearing on F1. I don't think this will take long.
For the record, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Thank you very much. I'll open the public hearing. Any public comments on this? Last call for any public comment on item F1. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back here.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, you have before you an amendment to the Reno Fire Department Administrators Association contract to change the line shift schedule to mirror that shift schedule of the line IAFF represented employees. The purpose of this change, as I mentioned, is to actually mirror the IAFF schedule. As the line BCs are assigned a shift to supervise and manage, they manage the station employees. This would also help in continuity and efficiency of the shift operations. The RFDAA and the city signed a tentative agreement that speaks to that the schedule would start the same day as the IAFF employee schedule, which was December 30th of 2011, as a test period. And that if the City Council did not approve the amendment to the contract today, January 18th, that the change in schedule for the RFDAA line employees would not change and would revert to the schedule that they were working on December 29th of 2011. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer those.
Thank you. Mrs. Raza.
Yeah, Renee, what did IAFF give up the firefighters, the rank and file firefighters, to get these shifts? I mean, this was a big negotiation in their contract, and they gave up several things in order to have this schedule that you're proposing.
Part of the agreement with the IAFF last June was that they would take a wage decrease of 3.87%. Plus, for the employees who did not have a paramedic certification, they would give up the 2% EMT basic differential. They would donate some of their, one of their holiday hours to the union business leave pool. There were 2 or 3 other things that escaped me at the moment.
So they gave up quite a bit. And what is RFDAA proposing to give up for this shift schedule?
The RFDAA contract that was approved last June, July, they gave up a staffing issue. The contract.
What I'm saying is, have they proposed giving anything up for this schedule change? I mean, the IAFF literally gave up millions. I mean, I think we're saving over $1 million for the 2-year contract, and these guys are giving up what in pay?
Nothing in pay. They gave up a position that was called out in the contract.
Mm-hmm. So they're giving up no benefits, no positions, and why again is staff recommending this?
So that it would mirror the schedule of the IAFF employees, because
which again, they gave up a ton of concessions and pay decreases to get that benefit, but yet you're recommending to move forward with this for, again, zero pay and zero
fire chief could
concessions.
Speak to the operational issues that this would affect. He's not here, I guess,
Any other
unfortunately.
questions, comments, motions?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ordinance adoption, G2, I'm sorry.
This is ordinance number 6216, an ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.16 signs as follows. Section 18.16.201, regulated on-premises signs, to add the word or and correct punctuation. 2, Section 18.16.203, exempted on-premise permanent signs in subsection 1 to correct the Nevada Revised Statute citation with respect to address numbers and residential nameplates, and in subsection 5 to add the words when located within commercial zones. 3, Section 18.16.301A8, on-premise signs prohibited, delete roof signs and correct punctuation. Section, or 4, Section 18.16.502, temporary on-premise signs, delete subsection A1B2, delete subsection A1D, the words except as provided by this section, add in subsection A1E2, the words excluding all handbills as defined in RMC Chapter 8.24, add in subsection A2A12, the word and delete the words for a maximum of 8 days in any calendar month, delete A2C, and the last sentence in A or in the alternative, add a subsection A2C, the words including temporary off-premise advertising displays and other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. Could I get a motion? Motion is second. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Are we ready for the CAFR? I'm sorry, we were supposed to do that at 1 o'clock. Let's jump to J1 and do the CAFR.
Good afternoon. Robert Chisel, Finance Director for the City of Reno. I'm here to present the 2011 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or the CAFR. Galena Limited Liability Partners are here also. They are our external auditors. They will be available for any questions. As you know, the CAFR provides an accounting of the city's financial well-being by presenting the financial statements and accompanying notes to those financials as of June 30th, 2011, the most recently completed fiscal year. The financial statements and notes have been audited by Galena and have been found to present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the governmental activities, including internal service funds and business-type activities or enterprise funds. No material or substantial deficiencies or weaknesses were identified. A management letter was not issued. This was, in other words, a clean or unqualified audit. The management and discussion analysis section provides a good synopsis and relationship among the various financial statements and gives an overview of what has occurred in fiscal year 2011. A couple of items of note: net assets, which is somewhat similar to what you consider net equity for the city, decreased about 5.2%. and 8.9% for governmental activities. Those are the general funds and internal service funds. The violations of NRS 354-6118 that related to interfund loans without proper authorization that were cited in the 2009-2010 CAFR have been corrected. The city did have one violation of NRS 354-626 in which the redevelopment agency special revenue expenditures exceeded the budget expenditures by $141,000. This was due to an oversight at the time the last budget augmentations and revisions were prepared for council approval. In accordance with the Nevada Administrative Code, a plan of corrective action has been submitted to you with this action item. One of the items that we're putting in place is to also do system improvements to our financial system to prevent this from happening in the future. A couple other things to note in the CAFR. General fund revenues totaled about $163 million for fiscal year 2011. This was about a 7.8% decline from the prior year. Ad valorem property taxes decreased about 11.2%. The bright spot, consolidated taxes, went up about 1.2% after about a 3-year decline. Licensing and permits declined about 2.6%. with the largest decline occurring in franchise fees, particularly for electric and gas, which is about 4.5%. In addition, the city laid off 66 full-time employees during the fiscal year. The layoffs, as well as retirements and other continued hiring freezes, have resulted in about 534.5 full-time equivalents being eliminated from the city payroll. If you should have any questions, particularly about the CAFR, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, staff recommends council approves and accepts the CAFR for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2011, and the approved corrective action plan.
Any questions? Councilwoman Sferrazza.
Yeah, I got a question on the stabilization, which we had set up, and it refers to it, Robert, in the, in the report, relevant financial policies on the rainy, on the rainy day reserves. We had talked about reestablishing the reserve accounts, which actually, if you read Moody's latest rating of the city, that was one of the things they were concerned about, was how much we had in reserves. And so we had talked about $3.9 million to restore in fiscal year 11-12. Where are we? How much do we have in our stabilization account right now?
Technically, there's nothing in the stabilization account. It's budgeted to be in the stabilization account for this year. So I would, I refer to our Office of Management and Budget. I don't know what the status of the stabilization, because, well,
okay,
but you remember what it is it's budgeted to be placed in for this year. It's
So do we have we placed any in there yet?
That's what I'm
to
saying.
date?
We're at, what, January? How much do we have in our stabilization with the, that's the city council adopted budget, was to replace this. So if we're going to stray, again, this has been a huge issue of mine. If we're not going to replenish the stabilization, wouldn't that have to come to the council for approval? And so I want to know how much we have in there.
It would. Councilwoman Sferrazza and the rest of the council, Kate Thomas, Office of Management and Budget, for the record. We had originally $3.9 million in stabilization, and because of an augmentation that we made in a proposal that we came to you to correct workers' compensation, that is now at $2.7 million.
Okay, so do we anticipate, and which we approved, that came before us, but do we anticipate having 2.7 on June 30th of this fiscal year?
We are going to do our best to make sure that's the case.
How much is in there now?
That's the $2.7 million. It's budgeted.
That's not what I'm asking. I understand we approved the budget. I want to know how much is in that account. We're now 7 months into the fiscal year. How much has been set aside into stabilization? After the council's action as of a couple months ago to correct the issues with the workers' comp fund.
That's the $2.7 million. So we started with 3.9, made the corrections to workers' comp. We're at 2.7 is the budgeted amount. Now that depends largely on cash flow, revenues that come in at this point, budgeted expenditures or non-budgeted expenditures as they come up, and we'll have more information on that account as we continue through the fiscal year. But the intent is to keep that account as whole as possible. Obviously, it's our rainy day fund, so that if any unanticipated expenditures come up, we have that stabilization account.
So do we have that in a major
Can I
fund?
ask that?
Yeah.
So if it rained in the rainy day fund, it rained today, do we have $2.7 million?
That's
this is Robert Chisel. No, there is not $2.7 million that was put in a separate account called stabilization.
So I think she's asking how
what
much
it is
would we have?
the money is budgeted along with the revenues and expenditures
understand.
to say that at the end of the year there will be $2.7 million from this activity of this fiscal year that will be set aside for stabilization. As you know, as we go through the year, it depends on how much cash is in the general fund. Because revenues and expenditures, payroll, and other things are going in and out. So it is still budgeted at $2.7 million.
Okay, so if it's not going to be at that 2.7, I'm assuming you'd bring that to council to make adjustments to the budget. So we're anticipating 2.7. I want that on the record, ending June 30th of 2012.
And any augmentations to that number would come before council, correct?
Okay. And then the other question I had was on the, Robert, can you tell me about this $140,000, what that was for and how we missed that? Because that was on the management. As you pointed out, I want to thank you for doing that because we certainly didn't have that last year. On the
$141,000 was in relation to, and there's should be a memo attached that we also sent to the Department of Taxation. Expenditures, this was for the RDA that was the Office of Management and Budget missed the deadline to get it into the council to get approval to augment the budget. It was at the end of the transactions of the fiscal year. I believe it was in August, and it just was an oversight. And like I said, one of the things we've done is added a flag into the New World financial system that will prevent over expenditures of budget accounts so that won't be able to occur in the future.
Have you put those systems in place, Robert?
Well, yes, we have as of this week. We've put it in. Fortunately, we're early enough in the year; it's not going to cause anybody any issues. But yes, we have.
And then so that wasn't an over expenditure. It's just the money wasn't transferred from one account to another. Is it one of those?
It was not. It was not in the budget line item.
Okay. All right. That's all I have right now. I mean, there's a lot in here as far as the health premiums and some other stuff, but I can ask you about those things later.
Any other questions? Ms. Sadler.
Mr. Mayor, I see that we have members from the Financial Advisory Board with us today. Were there any questions or comments that you had in review? You're on the board, aren't you? No?
She's staff.
I thought I remembered you on the board. Okie dokie. Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Do you want to do J11? Are you here for J11? Also, the reserve funds? I'm trying to accommodate everybody here, so instead of waiting, let's get it over with.
Robert Chisel, Finance Director again. This is again just to report. No action is required by the council that the Cabela Star Bond District, which was formed back in 2006, had insufficient sales tax revenue to meet current debt service payments for the 2007A and 2007B sales tax increment bonds. The shortage was for about $500,000 for the last 6-month period. Transfers from bond reserves are $209,000 for the Series A, $290,000 for the Series B, leaving approximately $635,000 in reserves for future payments. Usually bond payments are about $1.2 million per payment every 6 months at the end of December and at June 30th. The June payments also required a reduction of reserves of about $273,000. Bond ordinance requires disclosure to council that reserves have been utilized, and again, this does not constitute a default on behalf of the city, and in fact is prohibited by bond ordinance and by NRS to provide any other source of revenue. Staff recommends the council accepts the report.
And for the record, Cabela's bought their own bonds, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So they took their own risk that their bonds would be paid off?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Mr. Guston.
And just curious, Mr. Chisel, is there forecast about that changing from Cabela's?
We're kind of watching. Sales tax revenues were up in October for most people, and so we're optimistic but cautious. We haven't received the November numbers yet. Probably by next week we'll start seeing November's, and then following month December. So that's going to be a lot. That's the biggest months, of course, for most retail. I would envision that they're going to still dip into reserves for at least the next payment.
You anticipated the second part of my question. That's ergo Black Friday. That obviously because November, December, because I had heard there their Christmas sales were very good, so,
Yeah.
but you don't know those numbers yet,
I do
obviously.
not
Okay.
know those numbers other than their parking lot was full.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me?
I had a motion and a no, I didn't get a motion on this one. Got a motion to accept. Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll try to get back on the agenda now. G3.
And that is ordinance number 6217, an ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.23 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Parks and Recreation to modify certain provisions relating to jurisdiction enforcement hours of park and recreation facilities, park permits, camping, bathing, swimming and wading, carrying dangerous weapons, diving and jumping into the Truckee River, parking lots, feeding of wildlife, prohibited conducts of persons attending athletic events, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. There was a modification here that you want to know on section 8.23095.
Right.
It now says that access to the Truckee River is allowed without a permit from any park or open space for the purpose of wading or swimming unless prohibited by city council and posted otherwise. So if they want to close a portion off, they've got to bring it to council. Although for emergencies, there's a clause in here that the director may authorize temporary river access closure for up to 2 weeks.
And, Mr. Mayor, I recall that was, I think, your main point when you brought this up, and talking about spillways, there are none, and we can, as a city council, close it if it's dangerous. So I think you brought back exactly what we had talked about at the meeting, so that's fine. I move to approve.
Move to adopt?
Adopt, excuse me.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item G4.
This is ordinance number 6218, ordinance to amend Title 5 entitled Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises, Chapter 8 entitled Pawnbrokers and Secondhand Dealers by adopting a moratorium on privileged business licenses for secondhand dealers dealing in precious metals and providing the moratorium shall be in effect until April 25th, 2012, and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item G5.
Ordinance number 6219, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 6 entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.06 entitled Rules of the Road, Article 10 entitled Stopping, Standing, and Parking by adding Section 6.06.475 to establish a parking program for qualified alternative fuel vehicles as required by state law, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item G6.
Ordinance number 6220, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.08, entitled Parking Meters by amending 6.08.040, Operation of Parking Meters, and 6.08.060, Violations, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item G7.
Final ordinance of the day, ordinance number 6221, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.04, entitled Definitions by amending 6.04.410, Parking Meter Space, and adding Section 6.04.485, Qualified Alternative Fuel Vehicles, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item J2, update discussion and direction on the BMX track on Springwood Drive.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City Manager, for the record, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. And before you today, we have a follow-up staff report. We came to the City Council on September 28th related to this item, and you had directed us to specifically to identify and work to see if there's a homeowners association out there to see if they would be interested and willing to take on this area and try to work with them on improving it and bringing it to a particular standard and funding it and all of that. As the staff report indicates, staff did that. We attempted to locate an HOA in that area. There is no established HOA homeowners association in that area. Staff contacted the surrounding HOAs to verify that. We went to the state to identify if there might be one identified at the state level and also within the city of Reno. So there is no identified HOA association. And therefore, the responsibility at this point for that particular site, as you are aware, the bike jumps that are currently there are located on property that is partially used for a drainage basin right off of Chalk Creek drainage, and it's adjacent to a pathway that is an asphalt pathway that connects neighborhoods. And so this particular improvement at this point is still in place, and the other information that I was able to glean in my research is that I did also, based on the discussion that council had at the meeting, I did contact the Bighorn site and Greg Proctor, who is the operator out instead, and they operate a private BMX track, and talked with him about this particular site to see if he would be interested in coming to look at it. I have not heard yet whether he would be interested in looking at the site. He operates a competitive site. That is his business, is to operate that site for money. And obviously the site that we have here is more of a neighborhood site. And also have talked to the American Bicycle Association, also known as ABA, and they are the ones that sanction official BMX tracks. And at this point, their ability, and they are willing to come out. They're located in Colorado and have outlets in Arizona as well. They have not given me a price to come and look at this facility. This is something that was discussed before at your meeting to give recommendations. Again, the ABA sanctions competitive BMX tracks, not ones such as this. And then in addition to that, I have looked at and taken pictures of the relatively new track that's located in Fernley, and that is also a track that the property is owned by the city of Fernley, and it is managed in concert with Fernley and also a individual or an organization that is involved with BMX. So I wanted to give you that background information related to the work, the research that was done. The staff report identifies the legal issues that were brought to you before regarding the CCNRs and the recommendations that you have in front of you. There are two options that we still bring forward to you, and staff at this point, based on what we have, the information we have right now, and the potential liability to the city, we are recommending option one at this point. And depending upon the direction from City Council, staff would then take your recommendation and move forward appropriately. That concludes my staff report, and if you'd like additional information from myself or from legal, we're here to provide additional backup information. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, you know more about this than anybody else, and it looks to me, and I read the report, and I appreciate the other options that may be available, somebody putting a professional track in there, but this is just really built up, if I understand what you had said before, Mr. Mayor, by enthusiasts who have gone out there and made it work for them. I understand the legal, or at least I propose to understand what Mr. Skaw is going to talk about, but to spend $5,000 and take it down, is it your considered opinion that this would just reappear?
Well, it certainly couldn't, and I had a couple of questions on there that, in the staff report, it says that it's not professionally designed, but I see no proof that it hasn't been.
Again, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. This is based on my professional opinion, based on the tracks that I have seen. And again, if we want to verify that, we can bring in either someone from ABA or or someone they would recommend, we do have a track at Panther Valley. And so if you look at Panther Valley's track and you look at the bike jumps that are located at this particular location, there is a marked difference, if you will, in how they look and what the track what the track looks like. One of the concerns that we have is that if you have gone out to the site, you'll notice that it is in very close proximity to the asphalt trail. And so in planning any kind of recreational facility like this, you certainly would not want to have the bikes come off of a jump or do any kind of turnaround and come out onto an asphalt trail. So the judgment that is used to come up with that conclusion is based on park planning type of criteria. To get an official opinion of that, that's certainly the direction that City Council can make, and we can go from there.
We do have a public comment speaker on this. Donna Klontz.
Donna Klontz. I am Vice Chair of the Northwest NAB, and in July we had this issue come before us on our agenda, and we had 22 residents of the neighborhood come in and describe how their families, their children have built this thing over many, many months, years, whatever. And I believe Mr. Proctor, Greg Proctor, was at the meeting who was referenced when Julie talked about him running his own track. And I think he has been involved in what they have out there. The NAB heard no negative comments. No one was asking that it be removed, but we did hear the liability issues and the issue that it hadn't been professionally designed, and those kinds of concerns were on the NABs. One of our suggestions was potentially, could this be put somewhere else in the city, and that is the recommendation that we're hearing today. That was something that the NAB was supportive of. The other thing, which was in the staff report, was if the neighborhood organized itself to create its own nonprofit and bring in the experts that it would take to create a park that met standards and also had insurance and would relieve the city of liability, and then all the other legal issues about homeowners association and those kinds of things. Our board was supportive of the fact that the community itself had created a positive activity for the young people in the area and wanted to do whatever we could to urge that there be a resolution of this. And it seems to me, as someone who heard that original information, that what the city is proposing allows there to be a resolution of the liability problems. And if the neighborhood wants to continue on with its, with a legal creation of an entity that could take on all this responsibility, I'm guessing they could still do that. But I think that balancing everything out, that what staff is recommending today would be the best choice, because there is now an identified place that those families and those young people can go and continue to participate. They're going to miss having it right out of their back door, but all the legal issues are not resolved, and that group of folks hasn't come forward to resolve them. I don't see any of them in the room today either. So for what it's worth, that's what happened at the NAB back last summer. And we have heard over time at our meetings, several more community folks have come forward in support of it. So we've never heard a negative from anybody in the neighborhood about having that BMX track back there. Thanks.
Thank you, Donna.
Donna,
Dwight?
is there any appetite from the NAB to kind of take this project on and see if we can get some resolution there?
We could continue to talk about it, but it doesn't resolve the city's liability question. $5,000 to even level those bumps, and having the city be willing to pay that to make the place safe again, I thought was a good offer to the situation, because they could have left it just, you guys need to pay for what you've done. You've kind of gotten in the middle of a drainage area and done these things, et cetera. There could have been a really kind of nasty fight about that. So we did discuss it. Our budget, we didn't hear from an expert about what it would cost to create something that would be totally safe to allow the neighborhood to continue to do this. So I think that there's enough interest in the neighborhood and from the NAB itself in support of the idea that the neighborhood has gone to you know, all this work to provide this outlet for, positive outlet for kids, that we'd sure be glad to continue talking about it. But if I had to guess, I would say it's thousands and thousands of dollars more than any of us have in our NAB budget at this
I
point.
don't know what the cost would be to go in and make it,
Yeah.
I guess, engineer it to make it safe.
In this day and age of liability issues, it's just a accident waiting to happen back there with, you know, nobody's fault.
And I'm
Thanks.
trying to find the document, but I thought the Public Works said that where it actually is not in the drainage way. They're worried about it. If it got bigger, it would be in the drainage way. So where it is now, it doesn't cause a problem to Public Works, because that's who has control of the drainage ways, is the Public Works Department. So if it got bigger, they would have trouble with that. Dan?
Thanks, Councilman. Craig, can I ask you a question, please? Could you give us an opinion if we did spend the $5,000 and leveled it or cleaned that area up? We have taken the attractive nuisance away, right? So if somebody else, if other enthusiasts or the same enthusiasts come back and build it up and somebody gets hurt, and I understand that the people that appeared before the NAB are all in favor of it, but nobody got hurt. That's when you hear from them, obviously. So my point is that if we dismantled it once and if it was recreated for whatever reason, are we out of the liability, or are we in liability as long as it's there?
Craig Scott, Deputy City Attorney, and in my lawyerly way, it depends. If we take away the dangerous condition, there's a provision in law that says that if we're not actually aware of a dangerous condition of our land, that we have a defense to that. And that's one of the problems here. We don't have that defense right now. If we clear it out, we would have that defense until we became aware of it again, at which point we would be potentially at risk again if we didn't do something about a dangerous condition with knowledge that people are going in there and using it.
Okay. I guess, Dave, my concern is the liability issue.
Well, my response would be, who says it's a dangerous condition? We brought no experts out. We've had no one saying that it's dangerous. We just don't like it. Who says it's a dangerous condition? I mean, there's bumps and stuff all over our open space. Just every sagebrush is a bump. There's roads. There's, you know, you could go jump off the, where the asphalt trail there, you can jump off that. Is that a dangerous, I mean, we're just making up that it's a dangerous condition. We've shown no proof that it is.
Risk Management Department has looked at it. I've looked at it. The Parks Department has looked at it. I think a dangerous condition is something ultimately that a jury decides.
Right.
And so the best we can do is give our opinion. I think it's been pretty unanimous that those bumps are very close together and very steep and appear to be very dangerous. As Julie Conway said, they also are close to the walkway there and the street. So the best we can do is say that they appear to be dangerous.
And we're willing to spend $5,000 to take them down, but not spend a penny to bring someone out to actually look at it, a professional.
That would be an option to do.
But it wasn't in our staff report. That's what bothers me, Dan, is I asked months ago to go to the NAB and say, let's bring out an expert to see what can be done here. And that wasn't done. And now we're saying, let's level the thing. We've never had a complaint. Even the CCNRs, if there's no HOA to bring a suit, what's the problem with the CCNRs?
I understand where you're
What
coming
if we
from.
just leave it alone and put up a sign that says, use it at your own risk?
Actually, with respect to no HOA, the CCNR state that any property owner can bring a suit, not just an HOA.
And if they do, then we would have time to remedy the situation, correct?
That would be correct. We could potentially resolve it at that point and potentially do that even short of the attorney's fees provision that is in the agreement.
So we can even wait, if a property owner complains, we can do that.
Yeah. So there are two issues, is the HOA, which you, I think, are correctly addressing. The other is the liability issue. The tort cap has gone up to $100,000. One can imagine, and I have defended a lawsuit to a jury trial where there was a motorcycle area out north of town, and our fire department was using it for training, and a motorcycle went up the back ramp and landed on the fire department. If nobody's there to supervise kids, it is truly speculation about what might happen, but from a risk analysis point of view, that's what we have to look at is the idea that, let's say, 2 kids do crash there. Who knows how this can come about, but then we don't normally think of cruise ships sinking either. But in any event, the point there is that we would then be potentially at risk for the up to $200,000 under the tort cap.
Mr. Manager, we obviously have risk management that has been involved in assessing this, and we employ individuals on staff to bring us expertise. Are you comfortable that we have identified what a professional could identify as it relates to the risk that the city would own on this?
Jack D. Campbell, Deputy City Attorney for the City of Reno, as well as Risk Manager. Specifically to Mr. Iazzi's point, we don't have evidence that it was professionally built, but we do have evidence to indicate that it was not professionally built. The testimony last time was a presentation that people came in and said that they built it up through years of effort on their own part. So as we sit here today, we have reason to believe that it is not built to any appropriate standards. As a result of that, I think that we recognize that there is a potential liability exposure. And just by posting a sign that says use at your own risk does not avoid the liability associated with that. The state of Nevada has adopted recently in last year, has reconfirmed what is called the implied express assumption of risk, which means that if somebody actually recognizes the risk that's been presented to them, they can then presume to have adopted that and accepted that risk for their own behavior, which would cut us off from liability. But in order for that to happen, you must communicate each and every one of those risks. Now, the cases where that's actually worked is on the back of a sports ticket or somewhere else where you can tell them you could easily get hit by a line ball or something else like that, or here at the ice skating rink where we tell you that ice skating is a hazardous condition and falls down and you can be hurt, and we require them to assume their own risk. That is on a piece of property. We still suffer lawsuits as a result of that. People still file at the ice rink. They still sue us for it. We still engage in costs of defending those litigations, even with the level of protection that we've applied to that. Here, in this particular situation, we have no protection for it. We clearly recognize that there are, when I went and viewed the site, there were large rocks in proximity to some of these obstacles or these jumps, if we want to call them that could clearly be in the line of flight. Now, I don't think that that is in any professionally made BMX course that I've seen. Normally, those type of obstacles which could cause serious injury should a mistake happen would be removed. They're not removed here. It is risk management's position that this clearly is an attractive nuisance. We do have knowledge of it existing. It is a trespass on our property, no matter how you do it. And are we going to accept the precedent of allowing people to go onto our property, deface it, create a hazardous condition, and then adopt it from them? That's a dangerous precedent that we take in and of itself.
Why don't we spend any money to move the rocks if you think it's dangerous?
Well, you know what?
Just curious, if you think it's dangerous, you gave the order to bulldoze it the first day.
No, sir, I didn't. I don't have the authority to do that.
I know, but that's not what I heard.
Well,
So why don't we fix the rocks that you think if it's dangerous? Why not fix them? Why not that be the recommendation?
If we go in to fix those rocks, I would imagine that risk management's suggestion that we level it out would be taken care of. Because I don't know that you could go in there and remove. But I'm not an expert in that. Risk management made a suggestion that we think in order to protect the city and its interests and the taxpayers' money, we should remove this attractive nuisance from our property.
I understand.
That's our suggestion.
Let me suggest that what Ms. Conway said about inviting the people from Colorado, let's get somebody in there, you mentioned also, Mr. Mayor, let's get somebody in there to tell us what it is and what it isn't, and then make the decision whether we level it or whatever we do. Do we have any idea what that's going to cost? Is that a $1,000 bill or?
The individual, his name is Nick Adams, and he is the individual with ABA that I directly spoke with. And he was waiting until the results of today and the direction from City Council, and he is going to get back to me on what it's going to cost. What we're trying to do is if this is direction from City Council to go to the next step, and I told him this, is that we want to save the city money So we would need to see if there's somebody in the general vicinity, either in California or in the Northwest, that could come that has the same expertise to give us that counsel that would not cost us as much money. So I do not want to venture to guess as to what that would cost as far as his professional expertise.
Okay.
Obviously, it's going to be plane fare and transportation cost, but they will be giving, they will want some kind of stipend for doing that. And I can do that if that is what council directs.
Here's my frustration on that. I asked Ms. Conway 6 months ago to do exactly that, and to go to the NAB and see if they would fund that person coming out here. And I don't think that request has ever been made. I asked that 6 months ago to have that done.
Okay, you're on the record. I'm sorry, Mr.
No, you're
George.
okay.
Go ahead.
Finish up.
No, I think we ought to take a look at that, because I can't hardly believe there isn't somebody in the Sacramento Valley that has some expertise in that to drive over here. But, you know.
They just built one in Fernley. We could ask them when they're building
All
that.
right.
And who designed our BMX park out in Panther Valley?
We had an individual that is no longer here in the area, and I've talked with our parks manager about that. So that individual is not available, but I would agree with Councilor Guston that we can find somebody locally, even if associated with ABA, that has those credentials, because that's what we want, is somebody who has credentials. That's what I would move forward with. And we did, I did do some investigation with Greg Proctor after the last council meeting. The direction from City Council was to go to the HOA and try to find an HOA. I did not get any additional cost estimates for that, and I will do that if that is the direction to move to the next step. I'm certainly happy to do that.
Dwight, from your RSCVA, what was at the Livestock Event Center last weekend? Do you remember? Wasn't it a BMX competition where they brought people in to build something? I mean, they were half a mile away.
I mean, we have those quite a bit out there.
Yeah.
I think from the conversation, there's got to be expertise around, and I think that's the direction we want to take, at least initially. Find out, and then we've got some information about how we can make a better decision. I would move that we go ahead and look for some expert and come back to council, or send us an email or something to let us know who's out there, what it would cost to get somebody in here to evaluate it, get that evaluation done, then make a decision.
Is that with Mr. Ayazi's recommendation of 6 months ago, or whenever he said that it be at the NAB's expense?
Well, I thought we certainly go out and we ask the NAB if they'll fund these kind of things. So I think that's the first place we should go, depending on how much.
Got to find out what it's going to cost before
Right.
we can, I mean, that's,
Right.
we don't even know what it's going to cost.
That's exactly why we set up the neighborhood advisory boards, to see if they will support these things, so.
So let's instruct staff to go out and find out those numbers, and then bring them to your next NAB meeting and go from there.
And
Sorry.
I need follow-up with Jack. Okay, so we bring someone in who can identify the design of that usage area. Would that change your opinion that you have your fiduciary and risk management responsibility to the city?
I don't actually think that it changes my position, because once we know that it exists on our property, we still have to manage it, and we're not managing it. It just sits there. There is no restriction that we have an age limit who can use it. There's no requirement that they use any particular type of bicycle. They can be out there with motorcycles and doing it. We don't require them that they wear any safety gear. And
We don't restrict we don't manage the one out of Panther Valley. We got a BMX park out there that I mean, people can go there anytime they want. We don't have, I mean, there's no oversight.
There's no oversight on our.
In fact, I get the complaints when the motorcycles are using it.
Right. There's no more, there's no oversight on the skate parks.
We don't have, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Director, we don't have staff that supervise that area. It is fenced, but we don't have staff that actually supervise that site, and then right next door is a skate park. So it's not a supervised activity, but it also is it is a facility that is more geared towards the beginning and intermediate type of, it's not a competitive track.
I heard a motion, but I didn't hear a second for discussion.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question. If I could, on the rocks, I mean, if the rocks are an issue, I do think if staff is determined that they're close, I haven't seen the park, then I do think we should move forward and get rid of the rocks. I do like the idea of the consultant though, and moving forward with that. I mean, we have the skate park in my ward, and I mean, we don't supervise that every day. So, and it's a big deal over there, and it's used all the time.
If I may, just remember, we built those. We didn't build this.
I understand, but if we can
and
fit...
understand, this is Jack Campbell for Risk Management. Because we built them, we hired contractors, we had contracts, we received bids, specs, and they were drawn to specific or built to specific criteria. We are adopting
Well, maybe we
something that
build
was
this
not
one,
built that
Jack.
way.
That's all I'm saying. Maybe we build this one. Maybe we take the rocks out. I mean, it's being used by the kids out there. This council's always found a way to make these things happen. I think we can make this happen too.
Did you get your question answered, Sharon?
Yeah, I think I clearly heard that no, it wouldn't matter for the very reason that Jack described. We didn't build it, and that's the concern I have. Donna, did you have something else that you wanted to?
After listening to all these concerns, they are the same concerns the NAB had, and I know that the group would be glad to take on whatever information that you have to have an expert come and take a look at it, because I think you're right. There isn't, we don't know whether or not the thing is, I remember hearing from Mr. Proctor that he thought they'd done a pretty good job, and he's an expert, but again, he wasn't being asked to put his reputation and his expertise on the line to be an expert witness. So I think your idea to involve the NAB again, because the neighborhood is very much in support of doing whatever they can do to make this activity safe and continue it to be there so that they have great access to it. So thank you.
Dwight?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want anyone to think that I'm not concerned about the liability risk that we have out there. And unfortunately, probably at the end of the day, if we have an expert come out, the expert's going to recommend leveling it and starting over.
It's possible.
You know, I mean, I think, but I don't mind taking a couple weeks or something to get all the information. I mean, the problem is we don't have everything in front of us to make an informed decision, in my opinion. So I don't mind taking a couple weeks, but I am sympathetic to the liability issues. I think, I agree. I think there is some liability there. I mean, as Jack said, I mean, this thing, a bunch of kids went out there and made this thing, and a lot of people are using it. And, you know, but I hate to think about some of the stuff that I built when I was a kid and
Well,
survived.
All the basketball hoops in the city streets, you know?
A lot of the jumps I made when I was a kid broke before I got through them.
Sandra.
Mr. Mayor, I think that we've hit on the concern that I have paramount for the liability issue. But the other thing that bothers me is we invested a great deal of time and resource in developing our Parks and Rec facilities plan 4 years ago, 5 years ago, however long that was. And we've allowed residents who have a personal interest to just sidestep that plan in putting new places in, like Northgate, like the old YMCA, whatever we called that now, the Foster Drive, and this would be another one. I think that we run the risk of encouraging, if a neighborhood wants something, just put it there and the city will come with the dollars to make it right. So why did we put together a facilities plan that identified where we needed to invest our time and resources if we're not going to follow it ourselves?
And my comment on that is, what's the point of open space if kids can't go build a ramp? I mean, that's the point of open space. Go catch lizards and ride your bike, for crying out loud. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, sort of. Let's see, it's not 4 o'clock yet, so we won't go there. Item J7. You gotta stay. You gotta stay. Go ahead.
Steve Hardesty, Public Works. Council, City Manager, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank you all for giving me the time to go through these two issues, these two downtown assessment districts, thoroughly, backwards, forwards, sideways, and upside down. What I want to do today is I want to kind of give you an overall of why we're here, kind of go over a little bit what we went over a little bit on September 28th, just briefly go over that, and then give you the best course that we'd like to recommend for going forward. I think I have about 14 different items I'd like to kind of present and let you know what you're looking at. So it might be a few minutes, but I'll try to get it done as quickly as I can. Key changes since the district was created roughly about 15 years ago: the decrease in the assessed values, decrease in the hotel casino properties, and an increase in downtown residential properties, which led to your direction to lessen the burden on the residentials and look into expanding. The background on the police: originally the district was assessed by assessed values. That's the apportionment method that was used. I presented last week the possibility and worked with legal to get through a couple of small issues that they had. Well, they might not have been that small, but we got through them. One of the things we wanted to do was identify 3 sub-areas within the police district. One of those areas would be defined basically around the hotel casino properties. The other one would be around residential properties, which would be the condominiums. And then the third would be all the other properties that don't fit into those 2 categories. So those would be the 3 areas in the district. I believe, I'm not sure the map was included in your staff report, but they're defined in detail. The proposal would be, and one of the calculations that we did is I wanted to do an examination of area, past area and current area. I don't know. Well, there's nobody there, so. But what has happened is that if we calculate the previous area from the mid-90s to mid or late 90s, we've got an area that the casino properties represented roughly about almost 54% of the downtown district. And all the other, and currently right now they're at about 39.8%. If we go back into the over to the previous footages and everything else, since there was very little, if no, residential areas downtown, that area represented about 46.2. Currently, what we've got is like I said, the hotel casino properties are at about 39%. Everything else represents about 60. If we take the condominium properties out of that, it comes out to roughly 16% of the existing current district. So what I'm proposing on this thing is that each one of those areas are assigned a portion of the assessment based on their historical representation in the downtown. In the case of the hotel casino properties in the downtown, we go back to their historical basis, which would be 53.58%. We'll round it out to 54% of the assessment. The residential properties, the condominiums, currently represent 16% of the police district at this moment, based on area. And then we've got everybody else represents about 30%. The remainder represent about 30%. And what we do is we assign that. Once that assignment is made, let's say it's $1 million, then 54%, $540,000 would go to the casinos, $160,000 would go, so forth and so on. And at that point, we would use our assessed values within those certain areas. So we'd still be using the assessed values, But what we're doing is we're identifying a set level that goes to that particular area itself. So what we've been having a problem with is the assessed values have been dropping down, so that the casino portion of that has been dropping as well. The residential properties have been going up. So what this does is this locks that place, that locks that level at 54% for the casinos, 16% for the residential, and 30% for everybody else. And so what that does is it, regardless of what the assessed values do, it just juggles within that certain area. So we're not jumping around and, you know, we could have 2 years from now, we could have residential properties doing about 20 or 30%. So that's the recommendation on how that one would go. One of the things that I would like you to do, Mr. Cusson.
Excuse me, what were casino properties that now have been converted into residential?
Excuse me?
Well, the Montage, for example, the Riverwalk, what's the one over with Belvedere?
Those,
I mean, did you do a subset of that? I mean, because it seems like if you lose one casino and you still have them at 54%, then the remaining casinos are going to go, the percentage is going to be the same, but the dollar is going to go significantly up.
yes, it would. And as with all this stuff, we'd probably have to be coming back to you to get another adjustment. But one of the things,
Okay, I want to, go ahead.
one of the things that we have to do is try to define where that level historically was. And what we did is I took all those casinos that we lost away, and the area dropped down quite a bit. So that's what we're trying to do, is lock that into place.
Let you finish, sorry.
And further on, later on down, one of the recommendations I'm going to request is that we come back and visit this in 5 years, you know, at a max, because some of the changes that have been going on for the last almost 15 years, we probably could have addressed, you know, 5 or 10 years ago and not be in the condition we're in now. So that's the recommendation for, that's the background for the police, background for the maintenance district. Same thing, it's done on assessed values. So again, that's going to shift based on its current apportionment method. One of the things, the big problem that's happening with the maintenance district is that it was so narrowly defined when it was created. Basically, Virginia Street from the freeway to the river. And when you get down to the railroad tracks, it flares out and takes Sierra and Center Street down to the river. So it's a three-pronged fork is what it looks like. The blueprint from 1992, the redevelopment blueprint, defines the entertainment core as from 6th Street to the river, from Arlington over to Evans. The streetscape standards that we adopted in '97 have been going into place since then. We've got stamped concrete. We've got almost 1,000 candy cane light lampposts. All the other streetscape standards that were put into play in 1997 basically have proliferated all the way out. And now we've got a lot of improvements out that basically aren't being addressed at all or being maintained. So that's one of the issues that we've got to look at as far as possibly expanding. The other thing that we wanted to address is making sure that we're paying for what the property owners are paying for the improvements that are being, you know, have been put into play. Trees, street lights, trash receptacles, newspaper racks, downtown art. Those kind of issues need to be addressed and maintained, and a lot of that right now is not in the current district. So what we did is I spent about 3 weeks running around every block, counting every tree, looking at every garbage can, counting every light, trying to measure every sidewalk to get at least a rough square footage of what we've got. And one of the things that we're going to try to propose on this, with your approval, of course, would be actually assessing based on what each block might have. If one block has 500 or 50 trees, they would get assessed for those 50 trees. Another block might have 10 trees, they'll get assessed for those. Each one of the items would be, or improvements would be given a monetary amount based on what it would roughly take to maintain it, trimming it, painting it, replacing it even to a certain extent, and then assigning that assessment to each block. And then based on that block, the parcel size would be we'd base the assessment on the proportional parcel size of each block. So if one block had 100,000 square feet and it's busted into 10 equal parcels, then each one of them would be, 10,000 each. Not that it would, most of them aren't even anywhere close to that amount. Then we've got south of the river, the blueprint also identified the office core, which basically is Arlington to Liberty and basically Lake and St. Clair. That's that general area. And again, streetscape standards are in there with stamped concrete and more lights and more trees. We've got, I can give you a count. I think your staff report does identify what each of the expansion areas have as far as, what would be required. I've already gone over the discussion as far as for the police, as far as how we'd like to do the 54-16-30. I'm gonna put a map up on the screen, and then we can take a look at the expansion areas for the police department. This also shows you the areas. The orange colored areas, that would be the area that we would define as the condominium residential area. The red would be the hotel casino area or sub area. The expansion areas I've identified as A through G. A is located on the north side of 4th Street. Right now there's a corridor from curb to curb that goes from Arlington out to the Gold Dust West. When the thing was initially created, the owners of the Gold Dust West requested to be included into the police district. But neither of the properties to the north nor to the south of 4th Street, which are getting the benefit because you're going to have the police officers there, were never included. So area A and B would take care of that oversight. And that would go back to that would only go to the depth of the properties that are adjacent to 4th Street. So it wouldn't go back to all the way up to 5th or down to the tracks. It would just be the properties adjacent to West 4th Street. Area C is up towards the top of the page. That area was initially, when the district was created, the police district tried to avoid as much as possible residential areas. And that was one of the few residential areas was up on C. So item C would be would take Center Street back to the alley and just include that into the district. That's also where hopefully the future Tessera project would be going, and that would be included in that.
Let me interrupt here for a second so I can see where we're going with this. After this report, then on J8, we're just going to ask to come down for a public hearing and have the discussion about all the pieces, correct? Because we've got all that in our staff report, what you're talking about,
right.
Unless there's specific questions.
Well, however you guys want to do it, I'm fine. The reason that we have to have the second staff report is that if you do decide to change the apportionment method, it's required by NRS that we do have a public hearing to address the protests and complaints.
I agree with that. I know we're going to hear the same thing when we do that. So, because we're going to have a lot of public down here on both sides of it, I'm assuming. So I don't think anybody's opposed to moving forward with this. Any questions, Dan?
No, I agree also. My question is going to be, have you talked to any of these 3, 54, 30, 16?
No, sir. I was going to wait until we got on this. I was waiting until we get something going on this, and then the sales job really starts tomorrow if we move forward.
Okay, I got you.
So I think we sort of understand from the staff report what you want to do, and now it's going out to the public and saying, and we'll set a time at the next one, and we'll hear all this again in a while.
Well, on this one, Councilman Diaz or Mr. Mayor, however we go. On this one here, there's several items that we can go forward on. As far as the apportionment method, if you agree on the apportionment methods, we can move forward and set the public hearing with the next staff report, and then we'll get that all going there. The other ones are, if you want to expand, you can expand A through 8 for the police district. You can do all 3 of the maintenance district expansions. And if you do all those things, then we can get started on preparing the petitions and everything that we're going to require to do those.
So we got to go out and ask the public either way. And I think we're all in favor of doing those things, aren't we?
However,
So you just want direction to move forward to do those?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you need a direction on it, if or this? It's sort of the same thing. You go out and get petitions for extending the police district and the maintenance district.
One of the things that we need to define is on the expansion of the police district. Do you want to do all 8, or you just want to do certain portions?
Well, I think we're better off taking out there and going for all 8, and then at the public hearing, we can take some off, correct?
On the apportionment method, that's what the public hearing is going to be for, just the apportionment method. It's not going to be
Right,
for
but
the
I think we
expansion.
should bring this all back maybe at the same time or later if it doesn't affect them, so that if one group, like say the group in E, they come forward and give us reasons why, we don't have to approve them all or nothing. It's each individual point.
What we're trying to do at this meeting is to define where you want to expand to. Okay, if you want to do those A through G, all right, my petition has to include all of those areas in it as the boundaries for the new district. If you want to do...
Do you have
A
to go
through-
to the existing district people to get their approval on the petition?
They will be part of the new district. But I have to do the 1025 rule for the whole new district. So if you're going to define A through G as an addition to the current district, that's the definition of the new district, and I have to petition all of those people in that district.
In just the section G or the entire new district?
In the entire new district. So it's not just because the proportions would change, the 1025 rule would now change, so we'd have to do the entire district. So that's...
Let's start with that and see if you get the signatures. I think we're looking to expand it as much as we can.
Well, basically, what I'm asking you to do is define the future district, and then at that point, I mean, that's one of the things I need to get from council today, is if we can define what the future district's going to be, then we can start the petitions and have that back to you. So, and that'll probably not be done until 23 or 2013,
Right.
14 fiscal years.
It'll be a while.
So that's what I need as far as the police.
Anybody think that all these gray areas should be on or should be taken off? Look, it's in your staff report too. It's the baseball district and a little bit to the north of that, along 4th Street. And page 409. Is there anything anybody wants to cut out for him not to have to go get a petition?
Voted by Councilman Guston, by the advisory board, the assessment district board?
What we're looking at is expanding and finding out what the options are. It's creating a second district or expanding the current district and finding out what we could do for the police district and the maintenance district. And that's what Steve's been grinding
Is the chief
through.
here?
Yeah, he's
Is the
there.
chief? Oh, I'm sorry, Chief, I didn't see you. Can I ask you one question? On these, I mean, are these, one of the questions I would have, when you're looking at calls for service within the downtown area, the G, the F, I don't know if you've seen this map, I'm assuming you have. I mean, does it make logical sense for them to be within the district, in your opinion?
Mr. Mayor and Council, Steve Pitts for the record on behalf of the Reno Police Department. We did a predictive analysis based on your question, ma'am. Steve and I worked with our crime analysis unit and looked at adding A through G, the entire district, as recommended today or proposed. And we would take on about another 10 or 12 calls a day if we took on A through G. Now, on top of that, when you look at self-initiated activity by police officers, they're on the street out contacting citizens, doing traffic
Yeah, I guess
enforcement.
that's the better question.
That's roughly about another 5 to 7 a day. So you're looking at roughly less than 20 calls for service a day to include both dispatch calls for service and self-initiated activity.
So that being said, not trying to ruin this here, but that being said, why would they sign on to be in the district?
That's what we need to find out. That's one of the reasons that we would do the petition method, and we'd have to perform a little bit more analysis as to how that would affect them individually, but that's part of what the petition method's about, and the education process that we would have to go through.
Well, I guess you can go out there and see how it goes.
Let me just follow on
Dave said.
Councilman Safraz's question. Would that be
Why would they sign?
any more staff in that area?
In the staff report, Steve, please correct me if I'm incorrect, is if this was approved and passed, some of that money could be put back into the tax district, or the proposed tax district and approved tax district for about 3 police positions. But let me just revisit what happened, what you approved in March of 2010. This council approved that the downtown bike team, the enforcement team that works in the tax district, would deal with things that were systemic. And we wouldn't just be reactive calls in that area. Mr. Ozzie is shaking his head. And I can tell you that they have done that, and they've made a significant difference in the tax district. And I don't want to bore you with all those details, but we would continue to do the same type of police work in an expanded district.
So, and you're the liaison, Dan, what's your preference? You have probably more.
I think there'll be a little pushback, but I think this is what's been asked for a long time. So let's find out what the conclusions are from the people that are out there. Because we've been, I know Mr. Galloway's been vocal at the police tax district, and rightfully so, about the Palladio. So let's find out what's there and say, okay, this is what you're going to have, this is what it's going to cost, and here are the people involved in it, or the properties involved in it.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
I would move to recommend that Mr. Hardesty go forward with the implementation of the proposed expansion areas and start the paperwork and the petitioning, whatever it is, the right word is, Steve, to go out and start contacting these people.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Under disclosure, in Sector E, I own property there, but I don't think it's a problem for me because I'm not trying to get it taken out. That might be a problem. And we're not really voting on doing anything today except for going out and getting the petitions. But for disclosure, I'll say that. I have a motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item J8.
Excuse me, Mr. Ozzie. That was for the expansion for the police.
Oh.
I need,
Oh, I thought you
also,
said
we have
and
the same
maintenance.
issue for the expansion for the maintenance district, which would include an area to the east, the west, and to the south.
Okay.
I believe you have that in your maps as
Yes.
well, or in
I
your
thought it was for both of them,
packet.
but you want to make a separate motion?
Turn my mic on, I guess. Futzing with paperwork here. So you want a motion to include the maintenance district also?
They
Yes,
want to
sir.
expand
And that would
too.
include the area to the south, the east, and to the west.
Oh, yeah, those, yeah.
It's up there.
That would be,
What is
this
that,
area
eight?
down in here would be the south area, which would be the office district. And then you got the blue area and the orange area, which will also be the,
Right, I've moved to go ahead and, again, do what you need to do to get out to those people and notify them of what's going on and start your process
okay.
in the maintenance district.
So I'm going to kind of, I'm trying to get away from here as quickly as I can too, sir. So, but what I want to do is I want to make sure I walk you through this and make sure I've got all the motions I need so I can proceed.
Okay, I have a motion on the table right now and a second. And that was to expand the maintenance district,
Yes, maintenance.
right? Is that motion okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll make the same disclosure. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Any other motions we need?
Yes, sir. I need a police apportionment method
Okay.
approval motion.
And that comes back to the public hearing, correct?
That comes back to the public
Right.
hearing. That's what J8's for.
So move.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Maintenance apportion method.
Maintenance apportion method,
Yes.
okay? APM.
Yes, sir.
You want to make a motion for that, Dan?
Yes, I will. That's a motion.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye, yeah.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. J8,
I've got, believe me, I only got 4 more to go, real quick ones.
okay.
One of the options that we have in here is to, when we do the expanded district in the police district, is actually start, because remember when we started the original districts back in 95, 97, and 95, I believe it was, we had a set amount in the maintenance district. It was 100, or I think it was 171,000, and I'm not sure what it was for the police. As we create the new district, a brand-new district with this, we also have a base amount that we can set at. And so I'd like to get approval that we could start the new district, the new police district at 1.5 million, and then we'd also have the maintenance district start at 775,000.
Does that have to be on the petition, the amount?
No.
So why
Well,
wouldn't we wait and see if we get
well, we can hold off on that, but I have to give roughly a rough estimate of what it's going to cost that first year when I put out the petition. So it would, if we could have that, then I could have that and put that in.
I understand you have to put that number out, but if the amount of people in those districts change dramatically, your numbers are changed also.
That's why it was important, sir, to get your approval of this expanded district. I now have boundaries. If we're successful with the 1025 rule and we expand that district, those people are in it. They don't really have an option to get out. That's how assessment districts go.
Again, that's for him to go out. We
Yeah,
still have to
exactly.
approve this later on. So
Okay, I'll move to approve.
for both of them,
Yes.
1.5 and.
Yep.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
2 more to go, sir. I'm almost done. One of the things in the staff report that we talked about was the possibility of creating an alcohol overlay district where we would actually increase the fees for privileged alcohol licenses. And I was hoping to get your permission to look into that option and the creation of that overlay district with the revenue folks, and to come back to you in 120 days with a full-fledged proposal.
Would that go to any subcommittees that we have now, like we used to have the alcohol subcommittee, or to sort of look at this? I don't want to start another war about just going off and doing something.
We will touch base with everybody we have to.
I think wasn't that disbanded after the recommendation came?
I'm not sure, but we might have to, they might want to reband it again.
A band of alcohol, okay.
Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager, Business License Division. The DAC, I think the Downtown Alcohol Advisory Committee might be one of them you're talking about. That was resolved. But we could bring it back by resolution, I believe.
Can we bring that one back next week when more people are here to talk about that one?
Yeah, I agree. Let's postpone that.
I think that's separate from what we want to do here.
Yeah, let's continue that to next week.
Okay, and then the last one, with the creation of the maintenance district back in the very, very beginning, there was the loaned operator program. A lot of those casinos that were participants in that have now disappeared. And as the costs and everything increase, there's fewer and fewer of the casinos that are participating in that. There are still some that participate. But I would like your direction to possibly bring back an option of maybe there's some kind of a reimbursement or some kind of acknowledgement for the loaned operators, and try to get that reinvigorated to help out our downtown assessments again.
Were they required to loan people in the first agreement?
I believe that there was some agreements that they would. I'm not sure if it was actually on paper or not, but I know that there was a formula that they worked in those days.
You know, Dave, or Mr. Mayor, I would think that I would give you the permission to go ahead and do that, because we've seen some special events, but the street gyrations and Hot August Nights, where they're more willing to do that, and I think that cooperation, if that continues, that would be good.
Okay.
For them and for us.
Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
Can I get a second? Thank you. A motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Now, sir, you can go to J8.
Now I can go to J8. Now, you know, the Pershing County Commission only has 3 commissioners. I don't know what they would do.
Lucky guys.
J8, when do we need to have this done?
February?
February 22nd, sir. The NRS requires that it's done between February 21st and March 1st
Well, I
of the
guess-
same year that the levying will be done.
Then we don't have a choice, do we?
No, sir.
So you need a motion to have it on that February meeting?
Yes, sir.
Move
Okay.
to approve the staff recommendation of February 22nd at 6 PM.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Let's do, okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Good idea.
Just for the manner in which city council members are elected. Is there, go ahead.
Good afternoon. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Director of Government Affairs. In the staff report that was provided to you, there is a lengthy history of the issue of election of city council members and the method by which they are elected over the last 20 years. Details votes that were taken by the people in the early part of the 1990s, which resulted in an amendment to our charter, details the process for amending our charter. I do want to correct, I believe, what's a misconception that's been out there, that the city council, amendments to the city charter, that the council cannot just make those at a meeting such as this. It's been suggested that the council make this change as quickly as possible, and there is a process that we must go through. That's also detailed in the staff report, where it would have to be an initiative petition that would go before the voters, or also a change at the legislature. And so at this point, staff is requesting excuse me, direction from the council on two options, which we have prepared for you. The first one would be what we're identifying as option A, and that would be that council direct that the item be included for review by the forthcoming Charter Review Committee, and that the committee provide a recommendation to the council as to if a related advisory ballot question should be placed on the November 2012 general election ballot, and or if a bill draft request for an amendment to the related provisions of the city charter be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau for the 77th session of the Nevada Legislature. That will be in 2013. As an alternate to that, there would be option B, and that would be absent that direction from the Charter Committee, that the city just give direction that we place an advisory question on the ballot for November 2012, and there are a number of possible questions. The ballot question language is there for your consideration. So with that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm Lonnie Feemster, representing the Reno Sparks NAACP. Thank you, council members, for having me or allowing me to speak. I know you're required by law, but thank you anyway. I came here concerning this. We've discussed it in bits and pieces, and I'm a little concerned after reading the staff report on this and in several short discussions with council members and others in the community. Obviously, it's an issue that's important to a lot of people in Reno, and the NAACP is concerned because of the claim made by some that the current practice, that is citywide elections in the general election, creates a number of inequities in disadvantaged communities who support candidates to potential candidates and candidates of color because of the high number of ethnic minorities in communities that are economically disadvantaged. This is not to say an ethnic minority candidate or a candidate of color is a candidate I would support in any particular election or not support. However, in looking at the question, I'm particularly concerned because when the vote was taken approximately 20 years ago, the city was quite a bit different than it is now. I think, I don't know, I've changed. My hair has turned gray. I've tried dyeing it. It keeps coming back. The concern I had in looking at the questions that were addressed in reading the staff report, it was interesting to look at the various ways this was presented to voters, and it seems like one issue that I found in ballot questions is that many times a voter gets confused because the question is so convoluted. One of the proposals actually has 75 words. In the writing classes I've been to, I was always told to keep the sentences down to under 20 words, 15, shorter the better, break them up, because people get confused in a long sentence and they sometimes misinterpret what's being said. So I think in looking at the proposals, I don't know. I think inclusion in the process by people in the community is a good way to go. So I recognize that staff is recommending that it be part of the forthcoming Charter Review Committee. I would like to suggest that the NACP make some recommendations for participation in the Charter Review Committee. If this could be done, I would like to see it go to the ballot, but I see that the wording makes a big difference in how people vote on the issue. And so I think it should be fair. I think we want to get a fair message, and I'm sure the council wants to make sure they get a fair reading from the voters and they don't get confused and just pick the shortest answer because they can't understand the long answer. So that would be my recommendation is if you do decide to have the charter review, I would like to make sure that the NAACP has a chance to submit some people that are interested in civic engagement and participate in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Feemster.
Any questions?
Any questions? Councilwoman Sferrazza?
Question for Cadence. Where are we with the Charter Review Committee?
Thank you for that question, Councilwoman. I'm anticipating coming back to you at your February 8th meeting with some recommendations with respect to that. We have been doing some outreach through the clerk's office, I believe through the NABS, outreach through the Chamber of Commerce to solicit applications of persons who might be interested. So anyone who's watching today or listening online, those applications can be submitted to the city clerk. They're available here at City Hall, and there's also a page. The clerk has a page on reno.gov where the application can be downloaded and submitted as well. So we encourage people to do that as quickly as possible in anticipation of having a list of potential candidates for you to choose from on February 8th.
And then I just want to make sure on the timing, to put the question on, we've got to have it submitted or to the registrar by July?
That's correct. We would submit submit the question to the registrar by July, and we would also need to solicit for persons to serve on the pro and con committee and forward those names to the registrar at that time as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk.
No, you're correct.
Okay, so the proposal would be to submit all these questions to the charter committee to select one of these.
Certainly, we could present these to them as options. It would not be my recommendation to require them to choose one of these. They may have something better. These come from a variety of sources. You'll recognize the first one as the question from the 93 ballot and what we proposed in our amendment to SB 304. The SB 304 language is there. Ballot question from a North Las Vegas ballot is on here. So these came from a variety of places, and certainly I would want to, my option would be to give them the opportunity to come up with an alternate question if perhaps they can find the right wording.
And then one last question for the city attorney's office. I know you guys were reviewing this to see if Reno was in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Are we?
John Cadlick, Reno City Attorney. The answer is probably.
Okay, can you?
Well, I sent out a confidential memo. It was, unfortunately, it was dated yesterday if you haven't gotten it yet. You have to look at it. I would be concerned about the 1992-1993 vote. If you look at that vote, in 1990, the original, if you go back to 1975 when the charter was originally adopted, council members ran, they had to live in the ward they ran from, but they ran in the primary and general citywide. In 1992, they put a ballot question on, which was, do you want to change your methodology of election? By 55% of the vote, the people said yes. Then they had two alternatives. Alternative A said, do you want to elect directly from your ward for both the primary and general? That passed by 66% of the vote. But the alternative B was, do you want to elect from the ward just in the primary and the general you elect citywide? That passed by 62% of the vote. So there was a lot of confusion. So there was a resolution, which you'll find in my memo, that they decided, as a matter of fact, your father was one of the members of the council at that time. I think he was the mayor at that time, I believe. Anyway, they replaced it on the municipal ballot, which at that time they were running, I think, in either May or June.
Yeah.
There were a total of 19,000 some people, less than 20,000 people voted, and by, I think it was 66%, or 68, either 66 or 68, I have the number, they voted to do the way the current system is. Although if you go back to the 1992 election, you actually had a greater percentage of people saying vote by ward only. That was the no on the 1993 ballot. If you vote no, that means you want to go ward-only elections. So I'm not sure that's an election that you could look at and say it raises serious questions as to whether the people really understood what they were voting for. And so you could have a problem with that election because that's the system that was adopted. Then you have to look at the historical trend.
Can I interrupt you 1 second?
Sure.
John, I guess the issue is for me, we go out to the voters and let's say they vote to keep the system the way it is today. Are we in compliance with the federal law? Is really what I'm asking here.
Well,
or is this something that we just need to do?
Well, that's a good question. And the problem is, probably yes right now, because historically there has, if you look at the cases, and there are a multitude of cases, what happens is the Department of Justice enforces this for the United States under the Voting Rights Act of 1965 as amended. They enforce this. They generally attack at-large systems. If you look at the history of their cases, I think they've only lost one, and that was in Colorado, but most of the time they end up settling most of these cases with these at-large voting systems and going to a ward-type system or a district system, whatever particular thing where you're just residing in your district, your ward, your commission district, whatever, and that's how you're elected. They generally win those, but they do not intervene. They have to show that it's called the Gingles factors. There are three of them. It's based on the United States Supreme Court decision in Thornburg versus Gingles. You have to show compactness, cohesive minority voting, and a block voting majority that can usually defeat the minority preferred candidate. And then, of course, if the United States established those facts, then the court has to consider whether under the totality of the circumstances an at-large voting system operates to prevent the minority group from participating equally in the political process and electing the representative of their choice. That's what has to be proven by the United States. I don't think we're quite to that level yet, but we're getting close. For example, Ward 3 is a perfect example, and as we know from going through when you were selecting the ward boundaries, Ward 3 right now has 43.5% white, 42.5% Hispanic or Latino. So if you take that, the remaining portion of that ward is minority. So basically 56.5% of the ward is minority. You could end up in a situation where, for example, a Hispanic candidate runs out of Ward 3. They get through the primary, they get into the general. They win in the ward but lose citywide. That may cause the Department of Justice to if a complaint is made, to look at the situation and say, okay, maybe the system you currently have in place isn't fair. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, there is no history of discrimination against Hispanics, Hispanics in the state of Nevada. I mean, the interesting case that I cite in there is called Blaine County out of Montana. There, they traced it all the way back to 1844, the history of discrimination against, as they call it in the case, American Indians in Montana, and it was very blatant. I mean, there were some very interesting comments. I think at one point you couldn't vote unless you owned a house, but if you lived on a reservation, you obviously didn't own the house, so you couldn't vote. And so they finally made him the federal judge. They entered into an agreement. They had an election, and actually the very first election after the federal judge, before the decision out of the Ninth Circuit, they actually elected the first Native American, American Indian, because that's what they use the terminology in that case, the first American Indian to the Blaine County Commission. So that's what concerns me. It's possible, but I don't think we've quite run to the level yet, because I don't, and again, if you want to go back and look, actually Gus Nunez was, I believe, Hispanic.
He was.
And he was
Still
elected.
is, I think.
I'm sorry?
He
Still is, I think.
He was
Yes.
appointed. He was appointed to the,
Okay,
the
and
city council.
he was appointed. Unfortunately, he lost in the election, and I have it's on one of my exhibits. He lost, but he lost. Janet Dolsky got 10,626 votes. He got 10,333. It was 50.6 to 49.3. So it was a very close election.
Was that ward only?
No,
John,
that
back
was
then?
that was
That's citywide.
That was citywide.
Wow.
So it was very close. Those were
Yeah, I was going to say 10,000 seems a little low for
Well,
Reno voter turnout, but yeah, that's in
there's-
the June elections.
See, and
yeah.
when you go back to the history of that, that's part of the problem is they put that 1993 question on the ballot. It was in a municipal election. You had less people voting in that election than voted there were 22,000 people that voted for ward only in the 1992 election. You only had 19,000 some people voting in the municipal election total. So I think what you need to do is you need to put the ballot question on. I think it needs to be fair. I think it needs to have a chance for both sides to get the voters to get a fair issue. Either they want to continue the current system or they want to go to ward only. I think that needs to be under. It needs to be fair. I agree with Mr. Feemster that it needs to be clear enough so people can understand, because if you go back and look at the 1993 question, let's see if I can, the explanation. A no vote on this advisory ballot question would cause the city council to seek to change the way in which the city council members are elected. The 5 city council members representing wards would be elected by the registered voters of their respected wards. That was the no on the advisory question, the very bottom. It was the very last paragraph of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. So I think right now we're in compliance. I think we would, I don't think the Department of Justice at this point would necessarily intervene, but I think if you look at the demographics of the population, I was trying to get the 2000 census. I believe in the 2000 census, about 19% of this community was Hispanic. We're now up to, I believe, 24% of this community is Hispanic. You're seeing a demographic change. So over the course of time, I think at some point, realistically down the road, maybe not this election and maybe not a couple elections, at some point I have a feeling you're probably going to end up with ward-only elections. But I think I'm willing to defend the case now because I think the Department of Justice would have a hard time proving it. But I'm not so confident that down the road that's going to be able to be the same answer. And I hate to be sort of a waffling on it, but that's the best answer I can give you.
Yeah, I honestly, that kind of changes the way I look at all this, because I think it needs to go out, and we've got to make sure that the question's fair. I think we can do that on the Charter Review Committee. make sure that we have all sides represented to come up with a fair question to go out to the voters, so that history was.
And I think if you have a fair question, and so everybody can understand it, I think that it would go a long ways to sustaining the current system if that's what the voters want. And who knows, the voters may, after looking at it, if the question is fair and they can understand it and everything, they may say, no, we want to go to ward only, and if in both the primary and the general. But that's their choice. That's how they want to elect all of the members of this council. That's their choice.
Any other questions, comments?
Sorry for being long-winded.
That's great. This is an important topic, I think. Cadence, let me ask you a question on the options. It says in the legal implications, that if someone were to go out and submit a petition, if they got 15% or more of the voters who voted in the last preceding general city election, this could be on the primary ballot,
Correct.
and that would become law. It doesn't have to go to the legislature then?
We have to forward the results of the election to the legislature, and they would make the change to the charter. It does not have to go through the legislative process as part of the regular session.
So when would that take effect if that went through the primary? Would that take effect before the general?
Yes.
So the people
I
who are
think it would.
interested in running now, that could change how they get elected. So that change could be made as early as November of this year, if someone wanted to go out and get the petitions.
Correct. Sorry, I was listening
So if they
to
got
John.
this, I'll walk through it again. If they got the signatures, it could be on the primary election.
Well-
And when is that? Primaries in June, right?
Correct, but a change to the charter would have to be proposed and submitted by a majority vote of this council. So the council would have to take that action. It's not something that could be done by an individual citizen. The council would have to, by majority vote, direct, essentially, that staff go out and undertake that process of
Do the
doing.
petitions? It wouldn't just be a regular, that's why I wanted to read this.
Correct. It's number B, that's taken straight from NRS, or letter B, excuse me.
So we could direct staff to go out and try to get signatures.
Correct.
I thought only a charter change could be on the general election ballot under the statute. I thought a change to the charter, if it went to a vote, could only be.
There are provisions within our charter that talk about how we amend our charter, and then there are also the provisions in NRS 268. So, like our charter is a little different than City of Sparks. Their charter actually calls for the charter committee.
Let's do this because we don't need to, I don't think, hash that out now, because I think we can go on dual tracks. Maybe you can get back to us at our next meeting or in February about what that petition process would be and make sure it's, because if we wanted to move forward with that and have it done by the general election, if that's an option, that should be presented to us. But we could also go ahead with the Charter Review Committee. And your option to Charter Review Committee is, it just says go to them and see what they think, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then have them come up with some language.
Yes, that direct the committee to provide a recommendation to the council with respect to this item.
Now, to cut out a little of that, the motion that the council took before us, we're in favor of taking this to the voters. We just want the language changed from what the legislature had intended. So can we move it to a charter review committee that we are going to go to the voters and your only job is to talk about language?
Certainly, Councilman, if that's your direction.
I'm just going on what we had said before, that's what we wanted to do. To keep up with what we've said before, at least I have many times, we've supported the bill in what they wanted to do, just not the language that they had. So those are options that we can do, and then parallel to that, we can see if we wanted to move it up quicker, we could ask staff to go out and get signatures, or I'm not sure if it's just staff or a regular person, or I'd like to know what that process is.
Certainly, we can research that further.
Could the council put it on the primary ballot, Cadence? If we voted today to put the question on the primary ballot, could we?
I don't believe that.
It wouldn't be binding unless you have the signatures.
I don't believe that you can place an advisory question on a primary ballot. And the advisory question would be for the purposes of the council directing us
So
to
that's why
go
getting
through the BDR
That's why getting
process.
the petition is important, because then it's not advisory anymore.
Correct.
It changes the charter.
It's binding at that point that
How many signatures would you need on the petition?
equal to 15% or more of the voters who voted at the last preceding general city election.
And the question the follow-up question to that is, it says the voters who voted. Would it have to be the people who actually voted, not
Yeah.
the percentage of the people who are eligible to vote, but people who voted? So again, I don't need that today, because I think those are interesting concepts, but I'd like to see a report back on that.
Yeah, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We'll be happy to look up that information for you and get that to you ahead of time. So if you have any other questions, you can give me a call and we can make sure that we research any other nuances you want us to look at.
Because if there's some groups out there that really want to push this, they could help do that and push it forward quicker if they would like to. Because I'm also, well, I don't know if they could change it, because it's just advisory to the legislature. They can still do whatever they want. Going this route is a little safer for the citizens. They get exactly what they vote for.
Correct. They would be voting to, should we change it? And if the answer is yes, then it's binding, and
Right.
and we would have to forward the results to the legislature. And my understanding is that the charter change would be immediately, somewhat immediately in effect. But we'll research that further and confirm that.
Mr. Guston?
Just a talking point, I understand looking at the possibility of doing it if it's by petition, but I would think, as Mr. Cadlick said, there was some confusion in 92 and 93. Yeah. I would think if you want it on the ballot, you'd run it on the November ballot, because you know the turnout is going to be enormous, as opposed to the primary ballot. Sometimes the turnout isn't where you want. Then I think you'd have a definitive answer by a huge percentage of the people.
You're right.
That's what my comment.
I'm just
about
thinking
that.
for this election, it could radically change this election if the public wants us to go that route. So that's how it would be decided this election.
No, I understand.
But I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to do, though, to change it in the middle of an election cycle.
I just think it's the option of what people have to bring forward.
I mean, I think if you're ever going to vote, you're going to vote in 2012, November 6th. And I think you'd have a good weight of how people feel about it. You'd get the maximum amount of numbers. It wouldn't be any, 10,000 people voted. Was that very many? Who do they represent?
Well, and the reason I brought it up, I didn't know it was that we had to have staff go do it. I thought that any group could bring that forward. So I thought that was an option for them to do it on their own, because we're a citizen initiative sort of place. If you want to do it, there's that much movement out to get this changed. It could be changed prior to us even taking action. That's just public knowledge. Okay, any other questions? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we support putting the ballot question on the general election ballot for 2002, and also, I'm sorry, 2012. I'm thinking back, trying to get some extra years here. On the November 2012 ballot with the Charter Review Committee to recommend ballot language ultimately for council approval. So we can change that language. It doesn't mean we're going to go with what the Charter Review Committee. They're just going to, I propose that they recommend some language to us.
Certainly. Thank you.
I would second that. And the question is, you mentioned about a pro and con committee. Does that have to be on this motion, or is that something that will evolve up to the charter committee?
Councilman, I think we'll bring that back to you at the time that we have that recommendation from the Charter Review Committee and their proposed language.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I forgot J5. We were going to open that up and continue that.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Offices. If you would open the public hearing and continue it to March 14, 2012 at a time certain of 4 o'clock.
I don't show this as a public hearing, though, just for the.
Oh, it's an appeal, so opening up the appeal.
Okay.
Pardon.
So someone want to make a motion to continue
Move
this?
to continue this till is it March 14th at 4 o'clock.
Motion? I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item K1, boards and commissions, Financial Advisory Board.
He wants the FAB to interview him, right?
He wants the FAB to interview them, yes. Historical Resources Commission.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will nominate Ron Machete.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Councilman Hashef told me he would like to recommend Mac Rossi.
Check.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ward 1, Neighborhood Advisory Board.
I would move to reappoint Stephanie Weatherford.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item E, Ward 2. Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F, Ward 3.
Yeah, I'd like to continue the open one until next week, but also I believe it's not Dario, Oscar Delgado for reappointment. I'd like to recommend him for reappointment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. North Valley's Neighborhood Advisory Board.
Yeah, the applicant in this one, I think, is a resident of the county, not of the city.
We're
So
all
we'll just
residents
continue to
of the county.
advertise.
Okay. Item H, I'd like to recommend we appoint Ashley Chavez and Andrew Ten Brink.
Second.
A motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Any items for the future agenda items? I'd like to have us look at our ordinance regarding nonprofits and business license fees. I think we have an ordinance, they don't pay business. When I found out that, Renown doesn't pay anything, and Remsa doesn't pay anything, and St. Mary's doesn't pay anything, I think we should look at those things. Any liaison reports?
I have one for the agenda, actually.
Oh.
I'd like to put a resolution on for next week's agenda that the money that we're receiving from the RTC be one, used to pay the debt on the golf course, and number two, the portion that staff's recommending for funding be used to construct the golf course, the 9 holes. Because there's concern out there that we're not going to use the money to mitigate the impacts. So I'd like to put that resolution on the agenda for next week.
Okay, any liaison reports? Any conferences or professional meetings? Recognition of good deeds and positive events.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chris Good from the City Manager's Office, Director of Neighborhood Services. I'll go quickly through a couple of items of good news. One thing, first of all, it's the first good news report of the new year, so Happy New Year. Vet Magazine featured Reno in an article just recently. It focuses on the lead up to the Hot August Nights event of 2012, of course. The readers of Vet Magazine, as you would imagine, are interested in classic cars. But the article went much further than describing Reno as the host city for Hot August Nights. It featured Reno, and it said, while Hot August Nights offers something for everyone, Reno in general is an enticing place to visit at other times of the year as well. The article focused on area history, showing some of the colorful stories of Reno's past. And they said, bringing it up to the modern age, they said, modern Reno boasts a vibrant cultural scene. They also described the Aces Stadium and a vibrant downtown. So it made Reno sound very attractive, which is true, and was a nice promotion for Hot August Nights as well. Had a nice little pro bono work done for us at Pounding Park. You know Pounding Park is the park with the war memorials 2 blocks south of where we stand today. Par Electric, and Ray Taft particularly, the project manager from Par Electric, did some pro bono work for us. High winds last year and some settling caused the flag poles to lean at an angle. And as such, for a short period of time, the Nevada flag was actually standing taller than the U.S. flag, and that's a no-no. So Power Electric volunteered to come in and help us out with that. They righted the flagpoles, fixed the heights to the appropriate places, reset it all, and did that all for us at no cost. So I want to say thank you to Power Electric for that in Pounding Park. During the month of December and the lead up to the holidays, you may have noticed City Hall participated in a food drive for the Northern Nevada Food Bank. We had barrels here at City Hall, also at the the Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center and the Neal Road Community Center. And we collected a lot of food that way for the Northern Nevada Food Bank. But in addition to that, the staff in Finance Department on the second floor took it upon themselves to not only bring in food, but to create a cash collection to give cash money to the food bank. They collected enough money to feed nearly 1,000 meals through the Northern Nevada Food Bank, and that stays local. It was right during the holiday season. It was kind of part of the holiday spirit here at City Hall. So I want to recognize the staff in the Finance Department for taking that upon themselves, and I'm going a long way with that.
Is that a food truck? Does it qualify as a food truck? No.
Yeah, they filled that truck, absolutely, with the food and the money. Oh, that picture doesn't show up very well here. Those photographs don't show up very well here. I apologize. But our staff in Parks, Recreation, and Community Services secured 97 plastic chairs from NV Energy to replace some broken chairs at several City of Reno locations throughout the community. They completely replaced the chairs at Horseman's Park and some office chairs at the Southside School, which is, of course, an historic building of ours. Also in the lobby of the Evelyn Mount Northeast Community Center. The value of these donated chairs was $970. So you have a couple of instances here where the city is benefiting from the largesse of community members here over the last few months. Last item, this is really from December and again the holiday season, but I wanted to leave it in here for today's presentation because of the picture of the kids. Two musicians, Susan Mazer-Smith and her husband Dallas Smith, visited again this year at the holiday season to the CAC to perform a concert of holiday music, acoustic harp and woodwind instruments, holiday music from different faith traditions. It was very popular again this year. This is at least the second year that they've done this, and it's just a nice gesture that they make for the people we serve at the Community Assistance Center. So that is, those are a few items of good news to report to you on this January 18th of 2012. Thank you.
Very much. Can I go back to K1C again, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee? I forgot to also include in my motion the reappointment of Armando Gaytan. Second. I have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item M2, update discussion regarding the interlocal agreement for fire consolidation. The only thing I'll say is I had a meeting with the Collin Ranch Homeowners Association. They invited me out to go give them a presentation on what's happening. It was I thought it was a pretty good meeting. They asked some good questions. Mainly I was telling them we don't know what's happening and what is going to happen. I don't know if the public knows that what the county commission is requesting is that the Truckee Meadows Fire District taxes would be increased for this, that they haven't been really forthright, I don't think, in telling people. And also the Truckee Meadows Fire District will be paying $2.2 million to disband the current agreement and to stand up the new one when they want to merge with Sierra Fire. So that's, do you want to add, Sharon was there also, do you want to add anything to that discussion?
Where's the 2.2 million? Say that again, Dave.
1.2 million was to disband the current one.
Yeah.
But also to bring up the new system. They're saying that's another $1 million. And that's in their
originally supposed to be 750. Is that what?
No, the first one was supposed to be 750.
Oh.
And then that expanded to 1.2. But we never talked about, we were only talking about how the dissolution cost would be, but to put up the new system, to merge the two together, they're saying it's going to be an additional $1 million for them to get them merged together with Sierra Fire. And that's, as we discussed today, I think a lot of people in Collin Ranch area don't realize they do not live in the city of Reno. And I've requested the city manager to go out there at the city limits and put up welcome to city signs so people really know that they do not live in the city of Reno and welcome to the city on the way back. Because that's causing a lot of confusion out there, not so much in Hidden Valley, but Collin Ranch area, most people I think in the valley would believe that that's in the city of Reno. But a huge chunk of that is not in the city. Anything else for the good of the order?
Mr. Mayor, Tracy
Yes.
Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. On this item, be advised that Finance has completed the true-ups for the last 2 fiscal years that we have completed, and we're ready to process those if council would like to give us direction just to go ahead and process those under the interlocal agreement terms.
Oh, that's right, this is for possible action. Yeah, I forgot we had a attorney-client on that one. So could we get a motion to allow staff to process the true-ups? Motion is second. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item O, public comment. We don't have any public comment. Oh, I guess we have one. Come on, your 3 minutes to start, and let's go. Happy New Year. Thanks for being patient.
Hi. Hi. Can you hear me now? My name is Mark Markel. I'm a concerned Reno resident. And I want Jessica's number.
You got it. It's listed. 334-2012, Mark. Reno City Hall.
You're a goober. Do I like that one? Okay. God willed me alive to warn people not to drink and drive or get in the car with drunk drivers. And in the city of Reno, during the Christmas, during the week of the 24th to, I did figure it out, but from the 24th to the 31st, there were 20 arrests and 5 crashes. And that's a lot. And that's just in the city of Reno. You can imagine. And I would like to know what some of this might have been out of towners. I'm concerned. I think probably all were out of towners, but I don't know. And I know I don't talk well, but I thank you for your what the heck am I thinking of? Okay, whatever. And during this year, there's been so far 15 crash arrests and 6 crashes. That's okay. That's not okay. That's unacceptable. But, I want your number, Jessica. Oh, gosh. Dwight, make her give me her number. Okay, I hope you, and there have been 0 deaths. Now, this is just in the city, so I don't know about others. But I thank you for your consideration and your generosity. And thank you, Mr. Councilman Ayazi. You're a good old boy. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, she's got your number. That's all that's important.
She never called me. Gosh. Dan's my friend. Dude.